Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday night edition of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Merry Christmas to you all, because I am not a happy holidays kind of guy. And I want to say a big thank you for all of you tuning us in so far this year, because we're going to be off the next 3 nights because, well, it's Christmas and I want a break, even though I might be here Friday. I don't know. We'll figure something out. And Varla Ventura is our guest. Varla looking good as per usual, as I got bad hair tonight, so I'm going to put a ball cap on. And the best part about tonight, even though you got me and Varla, is we have all of you. Yes, we do. Kitty Caddywhack in the gold medal position, race fan with a silver, Tim Mothman and his goatee with a bronze medal tonight. Mel WD-40 is here lubing us up for tonight's show, because he always makes sure Varla is nice and lubed before talking monsters on this show each and every time. Terry O'Rourke, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for being here. Middletown Mike, a.k.a. our attorney at large. Nice to see you. Lulu Bell, how are you? Nice to have you here. Be Done With It is here. Be Done With It. We'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Road Flare, nice to see you. Nitro, thanks for coming on in. Stephanie Kenny Blankenship, Kathy Evans, and the lovely and talented Deanna Ann. Nice to have you all here. Luscious Jules, Merry Christmas to you, my dear. In the studio, Signs of Life, Operation Shutdown, and Millennium, my man. Good to see you all tonight. Kurt M., I'm Hardcore. Nice to have you both here. And Creepy Pasta, nice to see you. Little Cam on Twitch, curled 240 pounds 57 times per set. Yeah, he's exhausted, but he's here. We're glad that he made it. Undead Jed, nice to see you. Fat Nuts, nice to have you here. Algaray over on Twitch. Yeah, what did he do tonight? 735 Christmas presents wrapped in 39 minutes. He was cruising. That guy can cut tape like anything. Phil Minervino, nice to have you here. Number 27 in your program, starting at left wing from Stockholm, Sweden, Lars Jansson. How you doing, buddy? JSCO, nice to see you. Kitty Caddywhack, thank you for kicking off the super chat tonight. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you, Kitty, very, very much. I love you. Escape from Blue Jersey, East Coast Turnaround. Laura Elizabeth, nice to have you all here. Jerence Carter, Carol Amario, thank you for coming on in. And who is next? Let's see here. Let's scroll on down a little bit and a little bit more. Area 54 coming in with a nice super chat. Thank you very much, Area 54. We love you, and I hope that you have a Merry Christmas with you and your parents. And give them a big hug from old Davey here, if you don't mind. I'd appreciate that. Stargazer, thanks for coming on in. Ozzy Ange, how's tomorrow looking? Let me know if I'm alive. Thank you very much. And who else is next? Whistling Mike, Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Lucky Gypsy, nice to have you here. And let's get the radio side going. Hello and welcome to the radio and podcast side of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Our final show before Christmas is we have Varla Ventura coming on in to talk about spooky Christmas legends. It's always fun when Varla is here. I love it when she is here. It makes me go, yay, yay. It's true. I'm not going to lie. There, you saw it in public. Yay, Varla. Yeah. We're in roll call on our YouTube side. We're already caught up, but I want to say thank you to all of our listeners out there who have supported us through the super chats throughout the year, as well as bought our swag, because it's not ugly. No ugly swag at our store, spacedoutradio.com. And we're going to get going here in about 10 seconds. So I want you to sit back. I want you to relax. And I want you to get those horns up. Let's rock.
Are you ready to hear your mystic voice of the night?
It's time to wake up.
He's here. Be quiet. He's ready for you to listen. Let's point our ears to what's the really happening news. We're together, my friends. It's time for Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott.
From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read the news wire. Check out our swag as well. You can follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It's our final show before the Christmas break, and I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to each and every one of you out there, because we love being a part of your nightly tradition here on our affiliates, and thank you to our affiliates for carrying us through 2025 and going into 2026, where we look to make this show a little bit larger and a little bit more in charge. We're going to have Varla Ventura on the show here momentarily. Then in hour number 3, Swamp Dweller will join us for a creepy story. We'll follow that up with our good friend Robin Haynes, who will take us home for the cryptid Q&A. So with Varla coming on in, we must read her a little bio, because I'm pretty good at making these up now. I really am. I'm getting better each and every time. Varla Ventura is an acclaimed author, folklorist, and researcher whose work explores the darker, stranger edges of the supernatural. And that's what we love about her. Specializing in forgotten legends, bizarre lore, and uncanny creatures, she has built a reputation as one of the most engaging voices in modern paranormal storytelling. Her books, covering everything from banshees and vampires to mermaids, faeries, and otherworldly beings, blend meticulous research with a deep appreciation for the weird, the wild, and the wonderfully macabre. A frequent guest on Spaced Out Radio, Varla brings her humor, depth, and an encyclopedia of knowledge of high strangeness to every conversation we have with her. Her work has been introduced to new audiences around the world for cryptids, haunted history, and, of course, occult folklore. Yeah, she gets into the adult content. No, I'm teasing on that. I can say that because I know she's laughing behind the scenes here. You can find her books at any major bookstore. You can find them online at varlaventura.net. So let's bring her on in. Varla Ventura, we love it when you are here. How are you, my friend?
Wrong live stream.
Yes. Yes.
I'm great. That's what a lovely intro. Thank you so much. So complimentary.
It's
I'm
all good.
good. Just pushing through the darkness here, with everyone else.
You were one of my favorites to have on this show. You really are. And every time when I know you are coming on, I must admit, I get a little bit giddy because I know we're going to have a great show. I know you are going to bring some weird, strange topics to us. Why do you love the darker, the edgier side of the cryptid and paranormal?
I mean, I don't know. I just was literally think that I was born this way. I mean, some people may say that. I was just raised in an environment in which the strange things were the heroes. The oddities were the precious objects, old things, unusual things, cemeteries, a little witchcraft. I learned a lot of spells actually from a young age. And you know what? When you were reading the names, I have to give a shout out to Terry O'Rourke. She's a witch that I've known my whole life and has heavily influenced my worldview. So it was great to hear her name on there. Merry Christmas, Terry.
Love it.
Anyway, so she's partially responsible for making me a weirdo. I just, some of it is, I mean, honestly, like as a child, I was, and yes, this is probably also telling that I watched certain horror movies too young, but like I really liked Jack in The Shining. I really kind of wanted Freddy Krueger to come into my dreams. I could change him. I can make him feel loved.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just always kind of rooted for like the villains, and my mom is a huge influence on that. I was raised in an environment like I didn't go to church. I mean, let's talk about like I'm a full-on heathen, and I was raised in an environment that learning the tarot and psychic parlor games and doing the Ouija board. Those were all just like things we did. They were part of the lexicon, occult books, learning about the Kabbalah and Dion Fortune and Aleister Crowley and Sybil Leek. That was one of the books that I read about, Diary of a Witch. I read that when I was a young teenager, and that's Sybil Leek was a famous British witch who made a lot of psychic predictions and became quite popular in the 1960s and was really interesting and quite a powerful woman. And she had a crow, a jackdaw, as a pet. So anyway, these are all things that just sort of influenced me. And then, I guess some people rebel against the things that they're raised into. I didn't like what's the fun in rebelling against, like pagan circles. It's just like, what are you gonna do? Like, oh, I'm gonna go to church, or I'm gonna go become a lawyer or something. What filth? So
Yes, on our YouTube side.
no offense to people who go to church or are lawyers. I'm just saying, like, how do you rebel against a complete heathen environment? You don't. There's nothing to rebel against. So, anyway, yeah, that's why I'm such a weirdo, in summary.
A lot of people will look at that, and I've been known to call myself a weirdo, and I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. But I can say, for a lot of people, they'll say you're weird, and to a lot of people that's an insult. But to people who are on this side in depth, like you and I are, I mean, it really is a compliment to be called a weirdo, because we love the weird and strange. I look at it as a compliment.
Phil's a total weirdo, so he knows. Yeah, it's definitely a compliment, 100%. I mean, it's probably not a compliment if it's, if you are trying not to be that, or if you, I mean, I suppose for some people it would make them feel isolated, or they've always tried to fit in. And then the great thing about being a weirdo, though, is that there's tons of other weirdos. It's not that unusual to be weird, so there's like a whole family of weirdos that you can fit in.
Well, the paranormal and the supernatural phenomena does have a lot of classifications of weirdos. I mean, you have the UFO crowd, the ET contactee crowd, you have the cryptid crowd, the NDE and out of body experience crowd, the paranormal crowd, you name it, we're filled with it. And I just love it. I think it's so eccentric in order to do that and to have all of those types of people coming around. I think it's totally worth it.
Oh, I love it. I love all the different points of view, and who am I to draw a line in the sand and judge someone? Yeah, I believe in mermaids, so
Well, that's why you
I'm not
that's
gonna
why you gotta
pretend
move
like
to the West
that's
Coast.
normal or average, but it's real. I mean, I do. I genuinely do. I know they're real.
That's
I've
why you have
researched
to move to the
subject.
West Coast, because we have, to this day, there are still people who claim to see mermaids in the ocean on the
Yes,
Pacific Coast.
absolutely. In fact, when I was writing that book, I had several people who I interviewed that gave me stories. And then even after that, after the book came out, if I was talking about it on the radio, people would contact me and say, I had this really strange experience. And it kind of matches up with some of the things you were talking about, like, it being extremely foggy and hearing like this specific song or voice, but a lot of times the stories ended well. It was like a guiding sound to get you back to port. So I guess if the mermaids respect you or don't want you that day, they'll help you, and that's their prerogative.
What is the difference between a mermaid and a siren?
So by like folkloric or mythological definitions, a mermaid is a half fish, half human. Sometimes you see it the other way around, where the head is the fish and then there's legs. I've seen some really funny like medieval images of that. But generally you have like the lower half is fish and the upper half is like humanoid, like torso and face and all of that. And a siren, they do kind of similar things, but sirens are usually do not. Okay. The names can be used interchangeably today. However, a siren does not technically live in the water. Often they're like part bird creatures, but they usually live near the water, and they exist to do kind of the same thing. They can throw you off with their voice. So they have this enchanting voice, and they can use like echoes and rocks and stuff to kind of confuse you so that your ship ends up crashing on the rocks. Mermaids can do the same thing. So I call them the sirens of the sea, but technically sirens dwell on land, and mermaids in the water. In the mer.
Now, can sirens also be male? Because we've heard of
Yeah.
mermen.
Sure.
Okay.
But let's be honest.
They're not as attractive.
More men are going to fall for a siren song than women are. I'm sorry. That's just facts. Like,
Have you talked to any sailors or people who, in recent times, who have seen or heard the songs of these?
Yeah. There was one story that, so an old friend of mine grew up kind of on a boat that they would go back and forth from, kind of like the Santa Cruz area and down into Mexico. And her dad was like a doctor. So it was like Doctors Without Borders. And they would just take their boat down there, and the family would live on the boat. And her mom told me this story. Actually, after she read my book, she called me up and she was like, I gotta tell you the story. And it was this really, really foggy night. And they, the fog had like come in pretty quickly. And it was in a somewhat unfamiliar port. They had been out, and they were trying to get back in. And she said people were like banging things to keep each other from hitting, the boats from hitting each other. And she heard this voice. It was sort of like a soft song. It wasn't like a really loud thing, but she heard this voice and it sort of softly sang to her and told her where to go. And they navigated the boat into the port unharmed. And she said, I have no explanation for what that could have been other than, some kind of mermaid that was looking out for us. So they are known to look out. But yeah, I've heard a few stories too of just more just like curious sightings than I've actually been lured to my death, right? Or near death. Usually just like curious sightings where they see something. Often it's not quite as beautiful as it's depicted in a lot of the old ads and stuff,
Right.
in the Victorian era. You always have these like beautiful, a lot of times it was like hair ads, like the cover of my Among the Mermaids book that the artist found an old ad for like some kind of hair oil, and it was all these mermaids sitting combing their hair. So they're depicted in this like much more glamorous way from, the mid 1800s on. But prior to that, they're they could be seen in a little bit more of a gruesome way. And actually mermaids do have some gruesome qualities. Jagged teeth, bloodlust,
Are they
they're not looking
shapeshifters?
for a mate necessarily.
Are they shapeshifters?
I don't put them in that category because I think they maintain the shape that they're in at all times. They are able to sort of now there are creatures like selkies, for example, they are shapeshifters and they're half seal, half human, and they can actually shed their skin and walk upon dry land and actually marry and have children. And the secret is that the the husband has to hide the skin away, the seal skin away. And if she ever finds it, she's forced to put it back on and go back out to sea. And there's all of these beautiful old English ballads and Irish stories about selkies having to leave their entire families behind because their skin was discovered and the spell was broken and they had to go back out to sea. It's really sad and beautiful. So they're shapeshifters. So I talk about those a lot in conjunction with mermaids, but mermaids themselves, I do not put them in a shapeshifter category. They're just mermaids all the time, or mermen, or, these semi-aquatic strange beings.
Merman. Zoolander. Merman.
Yeah.
Greatest lines ever. One of the greatest lines ever. One of the things that we're going to get into a lot of Christmas stuff coming up here. But one of the things that really has interested me, and I don't know why, because I hate the ocean. Okay. I do. I hate the ocean. Okay.
I know. What's wrong with you?
I know.
You're a broken man.
No, there is nothing good in the ocean. The ocean is beautiful.
What are you talking about? There's mermaids. There's
hear me
octopus.
Hear me out. The ocean is beautiful. Its creatures are beautiful. Okay. I'm a meal. Okay. I am a meal. Whether it's to a giant squid, an octopus, any type of shark, okay, barracuda, I am a meal. Even those giant groupers, they could swallow me. I am a meal. And I like the ocean from afar, okay? Like, I like it over there in the west. This is why I live on top of the mountains, okay? I like it in the west. And look, the ocean, I love it. Every creature in there I love. I do. But I hate the ocean for me because I am not going in the ocean. All right? I'm not a little appetizer. I am a full-on meal that if some porpoise or some great white, or killer whale decides that, hey, I'm hungry. What is that swimming in the water over there? Let's go have a little nibble. That's what's going to happen to me. Right?
I mean, that's the worst way to go.
I am not taking that chance.
Okay, so have you ever swam in the ocean?
I haven't.
Have you ever actually gone swimming in the ocean?
Yes, I have. I think the last time I went for a swim in the ocean, I was, let me see here. I was 25 years old.
Okay.
My first radio
Years ago.
My first
Like 2
radio
years
gig
ago.
was on Vancouver Island. Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
And
Yeah.
and I walked out to this little rock thing that was out there because the tide was out. And as I was sitting there watching the bald eagles, the tide came in. Yeah, tide came in.
So you had to swim.
And it put like a deep moat in between myself and this little island. And all I could think about, it was only about 25 feet. Okay. And I have no problem. I could swim there. That's not a problem. Okay. But all I'm thinking about is the minute I go in there, that fin is going to come up. Okay. And I'm going to start hearing da-da, da-da, da-da.
I know.
Da-da.
Jaws is so responsible for tormenting people and their feelings in the ocean. Not that sharks aren't a legitimate risk, right? But the whole Jaws series just really ruined the ocean for generations.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why I will always view Australia by video. Right?
Aw.
No, I would love to visit Australia, but you know what? I damn well know that a croc is going to get me. A bull shark is going to get me. A great white will definitely get me. Okay, not taking the chance. I am not taking the chance. Okay, I've gone 2/3 of my life. If I figure I'm dying at 85, I've gone 2/3 of my life. Okay, literally dodging the ocean. Okay. I've dodged the ocean this far. So far, so good. Right? I could go the next 33 years without doing it. And I'm going to be good at it.
Well, I'm not going to pressure you into the ocean, but I love the ocean. And I know it's kind of scary. You know, it's got these incredible currents and waves. And the Pacific Ocean, especially all along from where you are all the way down till you hit like Southern California, even all the way down into Mexico. It looks warm and calm and nice, but it can be very, very treacherous, very dangerous. But I think that's part of what I enjoy about it.
Well, let me finish my whole conversation.
Okay, allow me to explain why the ocean sucks.
I want to see a ghost ship.
Okay, you're gonna have to be on the ocean for that.
I could be on the beach.
Yeah, you don't have to be in the ocean. You could be on the beach. But you're gonna have to be on an isolated beach. So
and here's the
no
thing.
lifeguard.
Here is the thing. Apparently, around April 10th, the time when Titanic went down, apparently off the coast of Newfoundland, sometimes people see Titanic's ghost ship sailing.
Oh, that would be incredible.
And that just fascinates me, as well as the harbor in the 1800s, the harbor for in Halifax, Nova Scotia, blew up. Killed hundreds of people. And apparently people still see the ghost ships. Like literally there was a ship, it was like a powder keg explosion on this ship, and it demolished all the ship, and the fire rained down on the town and literally burnt Halifax to a crisp.
Jeez.
Yeah. And there's apparently still ghost ships in the harbor.
I wonder if anyone ever sees the ghost of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
That is another one. I always wonder that.
Yeah.
Right?
There's
Varla, I'm going to get you to hold on right there.
Okay.
I'm going to get you to hold on. One of my favorite authors in the world, Varla Ventura, is here tonight. When we return from the break, we're going to get into the darker side of Christmas. The spooky legends, the spooky lore, the spooky history. VarlaVentura.net on this Christmas. It's going to be great. Hello, dirty.
You're fucking hilarious.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Varla.
Hi, Phil. How are you? Are we
Dude,
gonna-
I'm drawing cartoons.
Are we all going to Vegas together in
Yes.
May? Okay,
Yes.
so this is why I needed headphones, because my dogs are fucking insane and they start barking, and like one of them is so obnoxious.
Sparking at the Bigfoot.
Yeah, I have to let her in. She won't bark inside unless a delivery truck comes, and it's 11:30 at night here, so no delivery truck will come.
No 11:30 pizza?
I mean, we could get 11:30 pizza if you want, but there's no 11:30 pizza right now. Okay, let me go let her
Taco
in.
Bell. You never go wrong.
Taco Bell. Oh, you know where I was just the other week, Dave? And I should have taken a picture of it. I totally thought of you. But like, have you ever been to the Taco Bell in Pacifica, California?
No.
Literally the most beautiful Taco Bell in the entire world. It's known for this. So I went out to California to visit with my family for a few days, and a friend of mine was playing a little gig in Pacifica, which is a town just south of San Francisco.
Right.
And I met her or she picked me up at the airport, and we drove down there, and basically, yeah, whatever, we went to the show and stuff. It was great. But on the beach, I guess I think it's technically called is it called like Rio Del Mar? Anyway, it's Pacifica, has this big, beautiful beach. There's tons of surfers. It's where they do the Mavericks surfer competition. And there's a fucking Taco Bell like right there on the beach with the most beautiful $1 million view you could imagine. It's just Taco Bell.
Not just a Taco Bell, but a fucking Taco Bell, eh?
Yeah, it is. You would love it. You know, the next time you go to I know you go to San Francisco for that one conference.
Yes.
UFO conference. The next time you do that, you should especially if you know someone there that has a car, because it would be kind of expensive to Uber down there, and there's not great public transit into Pacifica. But if you could get someone to take you to that Taco Bell, you'd be so happy.
I've been to San Francisco to this conference, I think 4 or 5 times, and I've been to the city once. I haven't left the hotel.
Because it's in it's at the airport.
Yeah, it's right by the airport.
Yeah. Oh, what airport? The San Francisco airport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a gorgeous airport.
It is a
Just
gorgeous
beautiful
airport. It's got a friggin' yoga studio there and stuff. Okay,
I swear one time when we were coming in for a landing, because I always look into the water to see if I could see Jaws. I swore one time I saw something big.
You can actually, there's videos where you can see the great whites circling in the underneath the Golden Gate Bridge and stuff.
Yeah.
Waiting for Dave.
Looking for Dave. They're like, ooh, he just got here. That's our meal ticket. Hey Phil, can I just point out to you my nails? Look at how beautiful they are.
Ooh, look at mine.
I know. I was admiring yours, so
Thanks, Farley. I appreciate it.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go make sure the dog is in.
Yeah, you go ahead.
1. Hello, Dave.
Hello, dirty. Hello, dirty.
I'm supposed to tell you the corporal says to say hi, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Corporal. Thank you. Tell him Merry Christmas from Dave.
I will. I'll give him a big hug for you.
Please
when I see
appreciate
him.
that. Terry Hall and his beautiful mustache are in the chat room tonight. Terry, give us a little Salvador Dali on that mustache for us, if you don't mind. Good morning, Skip to Malou. Aussie Ange, have you got all your Christmas shopping? All the Aussie people, have you got your Christmas shopping done yet?
Well, by the way, Dave, it's Mary Filthmas, apparently, says Baked Beano.
Oh, yeah. Jessica McCreary, how are you? Do we want to see Varla Ventura doing her lipstick during the show here? Hold on. See if we can catch her. Damn it.
Oh, I was actually taking pills.
Oh, nice. All the Aussies have already shopped out. All right, we got 15 seconds. Thank you to T-Bone ×2, including giving away 5 memberships. Area 54 and Kitty Cattywhack. If you're new here, don't forget to hit subscribe, ring that bell,
Oops.
and here we go, everybody.
Sorry.
We are into the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. We appreciate you tuning us on in wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Varla Ventura is about to break it down on the spookier side of Christmas legends and lore momentarily. But first, we want to remind all of you that if you missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives on YouTube or any major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Here she is, Varla Ventura. You can find all of her books at any major bookstore or at varlaventura.net. Let's bring her on back. Varla, how are you, my dear?
Or just show up at my door and demand a book.
Kind of creepy.
I'm great. I'm still great. Yeah, just, working it through. Got fixed my lipstick. Everything's good. Brought
Creepy
the dog
Christmas
in
stories.
so she doesn't bark excessively in the background.
Yes. Because you were
Unless
worried about
someone
your
shows
dog.
up at my doorstep looking for a book, and then attack dog. Sorry.
Tell us some creepy Christmas stories.
Oh, you want to stay on topic or something?
I would like to. Yeah, it helps.
All right. Well, we should probably kick off with Krampus, right? Because that's sort of the he's the most well-known sort of strange creature that we think of. Krampus, half demon, or goat, or demonic goat. Usually like half demon, half goat, basically like a goat-footed god. Now, the goat-footed gods, there's a long-standing reputation of goat-footed gods throughout pagan mythology, going back hundreds and hundreds of years. And in particular, around the solstice, there was something called the wild hunt, which was a time when basically the wild beasts would, a little bit like how on Halloween, like all the spooks come out. The wild hunt is sort of like all of the wild creatures, the werewolves, the goat-footed demonic entities. Of course, they wouldn't have been considered demonic then, because demons are a construct of the more modern Christianity and the idea of the devil and demons and hell and all of that. But they certainly had sort of negative or terrifying connotations. So frequently around and ritualistically, this was celebrated in a massive hunt. Now, you can imagine that this is very important going into the winter months, that you stock up on some deer meat or whatever it is that you're hunting, right? And so it's sort of a frenzied night, and there are bonfires. And some of these traditions have, bled over into a more kind of sort of a milder version around the solstice, and then eventually sort of trickled into what we think of in kind of like the more modern sense of Christmas, which is an amalgamation of so many different things, at least here in North America. We've got influences from all around the world that kind of alter our view of what we think of, or at least what, people born post 1910 think of in terms of Christmas. So Krampus is a goat-footed god, and you'll see other examples. We'll also talk about Callan Consaroy, which is a goat-footed god or a goat-footed sort of entity that comes, a monster that comes about around Christmas time during the 12 days. If you're caught wandering when you're supposed to be home and all devout between Christmas Eve and the Epiphany, the Kalankansaroy can come and basically, like, it comes out from its underground lair and, skins you alive. It's pretty vicious, and it's very Krampus-like. It's kind of described in a similar fashion. So there's quite a few examples. Krampus, half Krampus or Krampus, depending on where you're from, half demon, half goat god, just sort of this kind of wild beast. And Krampus is basically the other half, is sort of the bad cop to Saint Nicholas. So Krampus is traditionally in Germany and some other parts of Europe, but especially in Germany, you had Krampus show up on Krampusnacht, and this is where what happened to all the naughty children, right? So all the naughty kids would not just get coal, but they would be stolen and beat with switches. Spaced Out Radio does not condone any of the behaviors that Varla is about to talk about, but I'm just going to say it. This is like the tradition, taking children, throwing them in a sack, sometimes just murdering them. This was it was pretty extreme, right? Pretty extreme German folklore. Can you imagine? They have a reputation for this. And then the antidote, the kind of flip side to that was the next night was Saint Nicholas. And Saint Nicholas was known for being giving and rewarding generosity and kindness and loving behavior. And so today what we have is we have the naughty list and the nice list, right? That's kind of how the holdover from that. So those are nice. Phil.
That takes a pretty wicked imagination to come up with something that grotesque.
I mean, unless it's real, and then you're not imagining it at all.
Well, every legend starts with something.
Well, sure. Right. Exactly. And there are also some stories of Saint Nicholas Saint Nicholas or Saint Nick is sort of like a mix of all of these different things. But the Saint Nicholas was actually known for protecting children and is like a patron saint of children, and had this pickle barrel that he could restore children back to life from, especially children that Krampus had torn apart. Trying to be YouTube friendly here in the details, but it's pretty gross. But yeah, pretty extreme. Now, certainly there's the idea that some of these creatures existed for disciplinary measures, right? It's like the freaking elf on the shelf. The parents have become enslaved to move it around every night, and the elf is watching and the kid has to behave, or we use Santa in that way. Santa's watching you, you're not going to get any presents, right? So there's elements of that in there, but it also, there's something about the deep dark of winter, which is Christmas time, which is the solstice. It is the deepest, darkest part of the winter. It turns after the solstice, and that period of time between Halloween and whenever the winter solstice comes can be a very challenging time. You're really going into some of the darkness, and as we know, it doesn't end. Sure, the days get a little bit longer after the solstice, but it still gets dark really early, and it's really cold, and there's a lot to get through. There's a couple of monsters. I actually kind of wrote you guys a book. I had some spare time, so I pretty much wrote a book about Christmas stuff for you guys. But we can get into all kinds of, there's some wonderful things. But these are a couple Arctic stories that I thought were pretty interesting.
Right.
So here, the Yupik, who are indigenous to the Arctic, have, and I honestly don't know how to pronounce these things. I did my due diligence to try and figure it out, but I didn't, find somebody who is indigenous to the Arctic and get the correct pronunciation. So if you are, or please let me know. Tell the story of the Kog Ukapak. And these are very similar to the Kalankansaroy from Greece. They are subterranean monsters who come out during the darkest parts of winter, but they're actually described as having bulbous bodies and frog legs. They avoid the sun at all costs, which is why they can come out on the darkest longest night, right? Well, especially if you're in the Arctic. And that, they do kind of torment people, but only in that, you would be a fool to be out late at night. And, they're certainly like a good deterrent from wandering too close to the shore or anything like that. But these sort of like giant, creepy frogs, and they can come out during the solstice or during the winter because the sun is like not quite as intense, so they can kind of pop up to the surface. So if you're a little too close to the water during those times, you could be gobbled up by a giant bulbous frog-like winter monster. So heed my words and avoid that at all costs. Here's another one. It's the Pyrayuk, or the Tizaruk, and it's a sea monster. And it's basically a big old serpent, big old sea serpent. And I know we've got lots of those, especially in your neck of the woods up there, Dave. And this one is most commonly sighted off Alaska's coast. And it has 2 heads.
Oh, my.
That look a bit like a fox. It also has horns, 3 stomachs, 1 for each head, 1 for each mouth, I guess. And it's also like partially fish. So it's a partially aquatic creature. And then we have the Mahaha. This is one of my favorites. This is the maniacal demon of the sighted in parts of the Arctic. And this thing is so like, it's really creepy. It's long and thin and sort of elusive. It's ice cold. It's often described as being blue or some kind of very cold silver color. And if this thing touches you, it's basically like instant frostbite. Interesting, right? That this is a demon that, sometimes I think we have like these medical terms. Okay, this is going to be like a random tangent, but sometimes I think we have medical terms like, okay, for going back to mermaid sightings, people are drowning. They have oxygen deprivation. They think they see things. Okay. You're getting frostbite. You're getting disillusioned. You ate this plant and you're having hallucinations. In my mind, I don't really think there's a huge difference between what one definition or one modern culture calls a medical condition and what another culture calls a spiritual transformation. Now, if you've ever gone through an extreme health scare or spent a lot of time in hospitals, it is a very spiritual experience, whether you want it to be or not. So I feel like sometimes in like the modern patriarchal culture, we dismiss things and by describing them as medical conditions that happen within the human body, not to say that they don't happen, but we kind of dismiss the transformative part of that. Okay, end tangent. Anyway, back to the Mahaha, the demon that causes frostbite. What else do we know? Good thing about the Mahaha is that, like many demons and the devil himself, he's quite easy to trick. So you just have to kind of outsmart him. One of the things you can do is convince it to sort of lean over the water and then push it in, and it'll be washed away by the currents, which is kind of creepy. So there's a few for you. Monsters.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to run into on Christmas Eve.
Oh, well, if you were in Iceland, you'd have to be particularly careful, because
Why?
then you might run into the winter witch. You might run into Grulja. She's actually not just a winter witch. She's an all year round witch, but she dwells in the mountain, and she comes stomping about, especially in the darkest days of winter. And if she catches you about, which you shouldn't be, you should be home with your family, she will throw you into her giant cauldron and cook you up and eat you. She's the one, though, that has the 13 Yule lads. Do you remember? I think we talked about that story. I actually have all the Yule lads written down.
Give us the Yule lads, because there's
The Yule lads are hilarious. Give me 1 second. I'll find the Yule lads section of my little novel that I wrote you guys here. I was like, yay, creepy Christmas stuff. Let me write a million things. Because alas, I don't have the Yule lads memorized. Okay. So here are the Yule lads, and they all correspond with specific days. Now, the 12 days, so there's always some confusion about the 12 days of Christmas. Technically, by the sort of like Christian calendar, the 12 days of Christmas are the time from Christmas Eve to January 6th, which is the Epiphany, which is this celebration. But in Iceland, the 12 days of Christmas actually start on the 12th of December and go through the 24th. So different cultures have a different view of what those 12 days are. For a lot of the kind of creepier things I'll talk about later, like wells running with blood and stuff like that, stay tuned. That we're talking about the 12 days, which are like Christmas Eve on, but we'll get to that in a minute. Because meanwhile, Yule lads. Okay, so we will start on the 12th of December. So if any of these days are your birthday, lucky you. Okay, the very first, so these Yule lads are all mischievous. They are the children of Grulja, who is the Icelandic witch. And they can both be gift givers and sort of mischievous thieves. And each one of them represents a different attribute. So on December 12th, you might encounter Stiggjastur. And that is the sheep coat clod. And to be honest with you, I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. I looked up all kinds of stuff, and I really didn't find a good explanation of what sheepcoat clod meant, other than someone who might steal a sheepskin, but that didn't seem right. So if anybody has any clue Icelandically, let me know. The second one is the Giljager, and that's the Gulligok. And this was on the 13th of December, and this guy preyed on cows. So that's what Gulligok means. He was the one that went after the cattle in your fields.
Apparently, he hides in ditches and steals milk.
Oh, the sheepcoat clod does?
Yeah, Gulligok.
Oh, yeah, and from cows, yes. But what about the sheepcoat clod, the Steggjastur?
Yeah, he harasses sheep. Harasses sheep.
Oh.
I mean, such an evil one. I mean, what did the sheep do?
Such an evil one. Sheep are like the nicest animals.
Yeah.
Aren't they? Like, they really are.
Yeah. I would agree with you on that one.
Yeah, sheep are great.
I would give them one of those why I oughtas.
I know. Leave the sheep alone. Why don't you? Okay. This is one of my favorites. Then we have Stufur, aka known as Stubby. And Stubby on the 14th of December was known as the Stubby Pan Stealer. So interestingly, a lot of these things have to do with like food or things that you might be preparing for a big old feast on the 24th. Then we have, oh my God, a Björvusklicker. He's the spoon licker. You already know what he's up to. Contaminating all the soup, all the cake, just licking the spoon. Don't lick the spoon, kids.
Don't lick the spoon. Don't lick it.
Don't lick the spoon. But it gets better because the next night you have to be wary of. Now we're up to the 16th of December. You must be wary of the potish liquor. That's the pot liquor. Same thing. Going in, scraping the pot, ruining things with their bacteria. Also, following that, we have the Askus liquor. And the Askus liquor is the bowl liquor. Ooh, licking the bowl. Come on. We all like to lick the bowl. Let's be honest. Herdus liquor.
Hides under beds to lick bowls.
No, he sneaks in through the kitchen door, you know.
Bring me your bowls. I want to give them a lick.
I mean, who hasn't licked a bowl when they made a chocolate cake, though, right?
Right?
I mean, if you haven't, have you lived?
Oh, you never know.
Well, I highly recommend it. All right, so now we have the Herdeskeller. That is on the 18th of December, and this guy's the door slammer. So now this is like, don't slam the doors. Or if you hear a door slam, you think the Herdeskeller is in here and is probably up to no good. Also encouragement to latch your doors. The Skirgamer is the skyr gobbler, and skyr being the Icelandic form of yogurt, which is a very important part of the food culture. And there was always like a yogurt culture sitting on the counter. So you don't want someone coming in again, just like eating all your yogurt. And now we're going to get to like some of your favorites, Dave. Okay. On the 20th of December, under all no matter what, you must be completely cautious of the Bugenakaricker. And that's the sausage swiper. You don't want anyone, coming in. You got those nice cured meats hanging in the back storage room. And along comes the sausage swiper, the Bugenakaricker. Is it too much? Have we offended y'all's sensibilities?
Nobody wants their sausage swiped.
No,
That's
ideally not. I mean, sometimes you can't help it. Then the super creepiest one is the Glugegregor. And this is the 21st of December. He's the window peeper. Don't like him one bit. Isn't that so creepy? And then I love this one. This is, now we're on the 22nd. So what day is it? Okay, so we're almost coming up to like tonight, what you need to be worried about. So last night you had to be particularly cautious of the Gattepeffer, who is the door sniffer.
Apparently he has a huge nose and loves the smell of baked goods.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
We got a minute to go. Give me two more.
Yeah. Okay, you got the Ketrakur, which is the 23rd, which is tonight. And this is like the meat hook thief. So you got all your meats curing for the winter and for festive meals. And this guy comes in and tries to steal all the meat. And then your very last one, which is tomorrow night, is the Kurtasneaker. And that's the candle beggar. So he comes and tries and takes away all the candles. And you need those, especially on Christmas Eve. So Yule lads, they're sort of fun and mischievous, but also, a little freaky.
It is kind of creepy.
The window peeper.
That is kind of creepy.
I love the snapshot though into what is important during that time of year.
Well, everybody's
don't
gonna have
slam the door.
That's why we have dirty filth.
Keep your sausages in order. Oh yeah, let's look at filth's
Well, we will in a little bit. Our radio
All right,
audience
cool.
won't see his
Okay.
cartoon.
Yeah, I know it's your show. You
Yeah.
go.
You
You're in
know.
charge.
Varla, I love it when you were here. We have Varla Ventura for another hour here on Spaced Out Radio. We are going to get to more weird stories surrounding Christmas time. You can buy all of her books at any major bookstore, as well as on her website, varlaventura.net. Check it on out. This is Spaced Out Radio with host Dave Scott. All right, we're going to turn things over to the dirty one.
Excellent.
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Are you hanging out with me, Varla? Or are you going for smoke
I'm
break
hanging
like
out.
cats and
Yeah,
dogs
I
out?
can hear
Okay.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, totally.
You know, you were talking about things that drown people and whatnot. Bye, Dave. Go let the dog man out. And it reminded me of one of my favorite Slavic creatures,
Ooh.
myths, and whatnot. Oh, but first, before I mention that, I always like showing this because this is the coolest thing in the world. I have this book. And it says,
Oh,
to my
what?
favorite filthy thing that goes bump in the night. Varla Ventura.
And you
I love it.
You remain.
So anyways.
you remain as such.
In the I believe it's some sort of Slavic thing, so it's all the same thing in the general area there. But there's a creature called the vodnik, and he wears a green jacket,
Yeah.
and his coattails are always wet, and I think he wears red shoes. But the thing is, don't go near the water, or the vodnik will take you and drown
Oh
you.
yeah, totally.
And so, anyways, I guess the story goes, because I found this weird book. I'll have to take a picture of it later and send it to you. It was for a game or something. Anyways, they talk about it, but he takes the souls and he puts them in jars in his underwater lair. And sometimes when his soul escapes, when you see a pool of like standing water and there's nothing around and a bubble comes out, that's the soul escaping the vodnik.
Ooh,
And
I love
apparently,
that.
if you go fishing and you would like, if you're going fishing, what you're supposed to do is take a little bit of tobacco and sprinkle it into the water and say,
Okay,
I've given you
please.
tobacco, vodnik. Now give me my fish. Hello, Sakich. Look, I got two of the coolest cats hanging out here tonight. But yes, so apparently you give a little tobacco and you say, I've given you tobacco, vodnik. Now give me my fish. And then you won't have any problems fishing.
That's so great.
So, yes.
The vodnik. Man, some of those Slavic stories are just the darkest, most intense.
Yeah, it's out of control. I love it.
I know.
Wow. I'll send you some picture. I'll send you a picture of it afterwards. I can't even remember a game, what it was from. It was a box set board game thing.
Oh.
And yeah, I'll have to. I have no idea what it was from. Hello, Sakich. And yes, I'll send you that. But I always like showing off my fairies, pukas, and changelings.
That's so sweet.
Mine's special.
Yeah,
and here we have.
You hear that I just fucking finished another book. It almost killed me, but I did it. Yeah, so I'll have another book coming out in the fall. And this one's all about weird plants. So that's fun.
And I got the second book finished and I'm working on the third one. And I looked at it today. I've got 87 drawings for the third one already before I even like paid attention to what I was doing.
Wow.
So yes. But let's have a gander at this. Here we have the goblin.
Here. Look at these
with
guys.
He's with the Nightcrawler, and the goblin says, "Give me a hug." And the narrator says, "Nightcrawler, in fact, had no arms and could not hug the goblin." do you know how?
I love the Nightcrawler's shoes.
Do you know how hard it is for that? Wait a second. I have to color the buckles in. Avert your eyes, children. I'm not using watercolor for this.
Oh, I love his shoes.
Nobody's gonna know.
Poor little thing. He doesn't have arms.
Do you know how hard it is for that guy to open pickle jars without arms and hands and grasping digits?
Yeah, that's no wonder he stalks others.
Actually, he's got a girlfriend.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Even
Lady Nightcrawler.
Look at her. Look at her.
She has
look at her legs. How they cross.
She has a purified form.
Yeah, look at
Ooh,
it. Look at
yes.
that. She's so demure.
And you know what? Lady Nightcrawler works at the local animal shelter. She stitches all her own clothes, sells them to the
Aw.
cryptid clothier, and she's a DJ on the weekends at the Liquid Lounge.
Wow. Dream. What a dream partner.
I know. And she also owns the only castle in the city.
Oh,
I don't have
well,
the
no
drawing
wonder
handy.
the
Maybe I do.
Nightcrawler's into her. What does the Nightcrawler bring to the relationship?
He's just a nice guy.
No,
not saying
that's
much.
not enough. He doesn't even have arms. Come on.
Well,
just
he's got a
decent.
secret
Is that
move with
all
his
it takes?
mouth, right?
Is that literally all it takes? He's just not mean. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose
All right.
so.
Hello to Olinda. How are you, Linda?
Beautiful, Phil.
Nice to have you back. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we have to restart this show. Number one, how are you? Dirty Filth. I love you, buddy.
Thanks, Dave. Have a good night, everybody.
Merry Christmas to you, Dirty.
Bye, Phil.
Merry
I
Filthmas.
love you.
Merry Filthmas.
Christmas.
There he goes. He just vanishes
You didn't
like
even
Santa
let me
Claus.
tell him
He's
that I
in
loved
and
him.
out.
You just cut me off.
I know. That's the way he rolls. 20 seconds. Thank you to T-Bone ×2, as well as gifting 10 memberships tonight. Area 54 and Kitty Caddywhack for our super chats. Greatly appreciate you. Love you, T-Bone. Thank you for your love. And our store is open, spacedoutradio.com. Make sure you go check it on out. Here comes hour 2. We are into hour number 2 of our Christmas special tonight. My name is Dave Scott, Varla Ventura, and Christmas legends and lore. Tonight on the show, we love it when Varla is here. VarlaVentura.net is her website. Hello to everyone tuning us in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Saltant. Saltant is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. We bring in Varla Ventura. Her books can be found at any major bookstore or online at varlaventura.net. She is here to talk about the darker side of Christmas and the legends that go along with it. Varla, we always love it when you're here. How are you?
Lovely. Just lovely. Had a nice chat with Filth.
Yes.
Always fun. Yeah. So,
right before the break, you were talking about the Yule lads. Yeah, they are weird. They're tricksters.
yeah.
They do weird things from Iceland.
Yeah. And you don't, there's all things you don't want them to do. It's not like, oh yeah, come in and leave me like a little present in my shoe. It's like, they're thieves and they're mischief makers and they're mayhem creators.
Have they ever been seen outside of Iceland?
Not to my knowledge. They live with their mother in the hill, Rulia, and they come out during the holiday season, during the winter. So not to my knowledge. I've not actually ever even heard of, there's plenty of little like goblins and trolls and things that come out around Christmas time, but I've never heard of a 13, like a collection of 13 brothers who are, all kind of in succession like that. It's a very unique tradition. But you do have like, you have the Tomte and the Nissen. Those are sort of like in Sweden and Finland. And those are little sort of troll-like creatures. Often you can find them in a store, just sort of like a little wooden stump that has a hat on it. And they have a remarkable similarity to kind of a primitive looking Santa Claus. But these were little magical spirits that you would make an effigy of, and you would put that on your doorstep or on your hearth to protect your family and to bring in good luck. And it was believed that you could kind of leave offerings for the Tomte and the Nisan, and they would come in and they would give you good health and prosperity through the coldest and most dangerous time of the year and into the new year as well. So they were kind of a little more benevolent than the Yule lads. And I shouldn't say they were. I mistakenly spoke of them in past tense. We have no evidence to suggest that they're gone.
I do have to get back to something. You briefly mentioned it in the last half hour. And this has been a pet peeve of mine for about 15, 18 years now.
Okay.
I hate the elf on the shelf.
I know.
I hate the elf on the shelf.
Didn't you do it? And I think when you did it, I was like, oh, do you do it in your house?
No, never. I've hated it since the beginning.
Yeah, me too. Me too. We threw it out. Someone gave us one, and
I've never put my kids through that. And I just absolutely cannot stand the elf on the shelf. It drives me nuts.
I mean, I actually think it's really cute. Like, it reminds me of these like really like retro cute little elves that were dolls when I was a kid that like my grandma had on her tree. So like the toy itself doesn't bother me, but the additional work on especially around the holidays, I'm sure some people enjoy it, but do you really? Like every single night you're trying to like maneuver it and come up with all these things. And it's just like, who can keep that up? It's hard enough just, with like Santa and the wrapping paper and the stockings and, all of those things, not to mention working extra and affording, it's just like, an elf on top of it all that is creepily keeping an eye on you. That's the whole thing. He's like Santa's spy cam, which is
not
creepy.
A fan. Not a fan.
Not a fan either.
And then, when reels started becoming really popular on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, where you get all these people who are like doing up the elves and putting them in places to freak their kids out and all this kind of stuff.
I mean, there's some funny things on there.
I was like, just go away. Go away. Don't like it.
It's a lot. And I used to work somewhere where we did a lot of like parenting articles and stuff. And so like this time of year, we'd have like 25 elf on the shelf ideas. And we would always behind the scenes kind of like laugh at the ones that were rejected. But this one of the women that I worked with, and she's still a dear friend of mine, straight up caught her elf on fire. Straight up caught it on fire and had this super damaged elf that she then had to continue through the rest of this, the next week and a half of like, just like, it was the most epic elf on the shelf fail ever. And I was really proud of her for pushing through.
You know what I do miss? You know what Christmas tradition I do miss? Okay. Do you remember, because we're more of an internet age, we don't do it anymore. But I miss around December getting Christmas cards in the mail. Maybe it's just my house that it doesn't happen anymore.
I get fewer and fewer every year. I think I've gotten like four or five. I mean, I'm super guilty of that. I have a very large family on my mother's side, and I love them all dearly. And I just held myself to this kind of ridiculous standard where I had to write a personal note in every single one of them. And then, then you have to write out all the addresses. And I would literally spend like 3 weeks filling out cards. And then one winter I was really sick and I just didn't do it. And then I just never did it again. Like, I'll send out the occasional card, but I don't do the whole Christmas card thing anymore. And I think, I love getting them, And I think it was really lovely to send them, but I just, there's only so much you can do.
Oh, I
And
hear you.
also, who wants to send something out when you're just like kind of like cranky about it, Like, oh, let's get this out. Okay, like where it's a stressful thing. Like the whole point is because you're thinking of someone and you want to send them something with like gratitude and love, not something forced because you're feel the pressure of keeping up appearances or whatever things going on there. I don't know, maybe I'll start sending Krampus cards out. That would be fun.
There you go.
You know what I did one year? It's really great. Was I sent out New Year's cards. It bought me an extra week. It was absolutely great. Actually, 2 extra weeks because people can get it the whole first week. And it was like a vintage card that said Happy New Year on it. And so I didn't even have to worry about like the whole Christmas deadline. That was really smart of me. I only did that once. But it is nice to get cards. Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Got more for us.
Let's move on from cards.
What's the next weird one?
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that might happen to you if you were caught wandering about on Christmas Eve after midnight. Should we do that?
Let's do it.
Yeah. So a lot of these stories are a bit like the kind of cautionary tales that you hear, especially in Celtic mythology and Ireland specifically, where if you are roaming around on the wrong road, that you have to be mindful of the little people, right? Or the good folk, the fairy
Right.
folk. And there's one particularly gruesome story about this man who is, it's not like Halloween or anything. It's not Samhain. It's just like this random night where this guy is out after midnight on a road that is known to be inhabited by the good people. And he basically sees he's starting to walk down the road. It's the dark. It's, a little bit after midnight. And they're carrying a corpse. There's all these like little creatures carrying a dead body. And basically, since he's seen them, they enlist him and he then has to carry the body. They're like, oh, great. Well, now you have to carry the body. So he has to carry this body by himself all the way to this particular graveyard, wherein he then has to dig a grave amongst all of the ivy there for protection. And then he has to bury this body and he has to do this all before the sun comes up. Otherwise, even more horrible things will happen. So the guy does all that. He manages to do all of the tasks, gets the body buried. And I think actually the corpse starts to talk to him toward the end of the story. Super creepy. So on midnight on Christmas Eve, there are some kind of similar stories of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, which really midnight on Christmas Eve, the only place to be is home, right? In theory. So if you're out and about, you might discover, okay, Guernsey is an island that is off the coast of France. Yes. And is very steeped in Celtic mythology as well. And so a lot of these stories come from Guernsey and other parts of like what was once Celtic territory. I guess kind of still is in a way. Anyway, so wells at the stroke of midnight are said on the island of Guernsey are said to turn from water into wine. However, you mustn't test this theory. If you were to go out and test the theory, there is a story of a woman who wanted to see if this was true. And she went out at 1 past midnight and she drew water from the well. And I actually have the quote here of what the voice from the well said to her. Okay, drew water from the well. And when she pulled it up, it wasn't water and it wasn't wine. It was blood. Ooh. And then she heard a voice, and the voice said, Tout lioso ton avin, et tu es proche de ta fin. And that means, terrible French, sorry, I really need to work on that. All the water has turned to wine, and you are near your end. So basically the woman dies like 24 hours later. This is one of the things that can happen if you disobey the general laws of superstition not to go out past midnight. Another thing, so this is actually considered a time of high magic. That's what's also very interesting. We think of Halloween, we think of that Samhain as this time of year when, everybody says the veil's thinnest and there's all kinds of like creatures afoot and there's all kinds of like magic. And that's absolutely true. But that's kind of just like the gateway into this really, really dark time leading up to the solstice. And when you have that kind of like constant magic and that sort of thinness and ghosts sort of sweeping about and these strange creatures bubbling up from the subterranean under the cover of night, inevitably you know that this is a really powerful time. So if you are out past midnight on Christmas Eve, it is also possible that you will be able to hear animals speak. There's sort of like this magical, like it's less than an hour. It's this period of time where you can hear animals speak. However, again, sounds great, right? Just like the wine. But often what happens is you hear the animals plotting against the humans. Ooh. So it's a little Animal Farm kind of situation there where you don't necessarily want to know what let's just continue to anthropomorphize our dogs. We don't really want to know what they think of us, right? Dogs probably are okay. It's the cats you really need to worry about. Okay, so those are just a couple of like sort of creepy things that can happen if you're out and about.
Right.
Other examples include just sort of encountering a creature such as Birkti, who is a winter spirit, who's also known like the one we talked about earlier from the Arctic, who's known to cause frostbite. There's instances of people getting lost when they're, super close to home and it's the air is clear and there's no fog and there's no mist, and yet they never come back because they went for a walk or they left too late from the pub and ended up, on a I don't know, was getting snatched supernaturally on Christmas Eve. So it also can be a great time for actually trying to make contact with things. And then the other aspect of that is the ghosts aspect and like why we tell ghost stories and why ghosts are so prevalent around this time. Again, veil is paper thin and it's an excellent time to try and communicate. The more darkness, the better for communicating with the dead. And so it's an excellent time to honor ancestors, to think about loved ones, especially because, the holidays can be really hard and you really feel the emptiness of the people who aren't with us anymore. So it's a great time to do ancestral magic and do some rituals surrounding that to kind of ground yourself, especially in the face of what can be a very challenging season emotionally.
It is an emotional time for a lot of people.
It is. Yeah. I mean, it can be a joyous time, but it is, you feel loss more sometimes than others. And I feel like the holiday season is a time when you often feel lost the greatest.
Yeah, I would agree with you. But I have one buddy of mine where he looks forward to Christmas every year because it's his one day of the year where he has nobody around. And he loves it. He loves it. He just sits down at his television, watches football all day, and then goes to bed early.
So he doesn't have to work and he doesn't have a family.
Yep. Exactly it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
He was bragging how he had to buy one Christmas present this year, and that was just for our work Secret Santa draw.
Oh, funny. Yeah. Well, cool, dude. At least, as long as you're happy. Not
We
gonna
have
judge.
5 minutes before we got to go to break. at the bottom of the hour.
Okay.
Varla Ventura is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. What else you got for us, Varla?
Well, we've got some lovely sort of vicious goddesses we can talk about, winter goddesses.
Well, give us a winter goddess or two.
Okay. How much time did you say we had? 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Oh yeah, plenty of time to get into Bera or Calach This is a winter goddess known in Scotland as well as parts of Ireland, and some other kind. Sometimes in like Wales, you'll hear some of the stories. But Bera is the queen of winter, and she is kind of, especially if you think in Ireland, there's the harbinger of spring and spring renewal is Bridget. And that's usually, I think St. Bridget's Day is like, Bridget's Day is in the beginning of February. So you think of the climate. I mean, it's a little different where you live, like certainly where I live in February, we're still in the thick of winter. But in Ireland, that is a big changing time when like things really start to defrost. So Bera is the queen of winter, and she is actually going around with like giant hammers and slamming into the ground, into the landscape, and freezing everything in her path. A little bit like, it was one of those superheroes when we were kids that would like Iceman, or who was that? Mr. Freeze, where he would like put his staff down and everything would just freeze. A little bit like that. What's really interesting about her is that she is she's sort of beautiful, but also sort of hideous at the same time, which is my favorite combination. She's a giantess. She has very, very pale skin. She has blue hair, but her teeth are really like funky and look like mud. And in some accounts, they say she only has one eye. So she's pretty freaky. And so she's basically like just freezing everything. That's kind of what she's up to. And she's also a deer herder. And the reason I bring that up is because the tradition of reindeer has some connections to more than one goddess. The other goddess that it connects to is one of the goddesses. Okay, so there's a witch in Finland who is known for being a witch goddess, and she's responsible for winter. And the idea is that she took the sun and the moon and hid them away, and that's why it's so dark and you have no light, and you basically have to like convince her that you're worthy again by leaving all kinds of offerings. And in some accounts there's a whole sort of quest that somebody's sent on to kind of counteract that. The Bera and the Calach, they are also known as storm hags, so they cause all of the winter storms. I'm sure there's all kinds of legends in the Pacific Northwest, for example, of the storm hags. I know that in Lake Superior, it's Gitchigumi, and that's the big lake monster that lashes its tail down and causes the gales of November to just sort of like knock everybody out. So those are some examples. But just going back to the reindeer, there's a few examples, and you just let me know. We got 2 minutes, right?
We got about a minute.
Okay, we're just going to do this one goddess. Her name is Bewe. She's a Scandinavian goddess, and she rides across the sky in the winter, on the solstice in particular, looking for greenery. And she rides across the sky in a carriage made of reindeer bones. So she is in search of the greenery for the reindeer that she herds. So we have like 2 different examples of goddesses that have an association with deer or reindeer. And that is all part of the kind of like modern mythology around Santa and his reindeer. And I have a couple other examples for you too, but we'll get into those. I won't be able to say it in 30 seconds.
Not a problem. We can wait. We can wait.
The teaser.
It's going to be good. I promise everybody it's going to be good and well worth it, because Varla Ventura brings the goods when she is here. She brings the goods.
I wrote you guys a book.
Yes, she did. That's one thing she does very well, and you can find it at varlaventura.net or at any major bookstore. All of her books. Yes, she is amazing. Varla Ventura joins us each and every month, and we're always glad to have her because she is, in my opinion, one of the best cryptid storytellers in North America, if not the world. And she always has something rich and interesting that we've never heard of that she brings to you, the audience, and we love her for it. Once again, varlaventura.net is her website. The second half of the show comes up right around the corner. Stay tuned, everybody.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with your host, Dave Scott.
All right, we are clear.
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do? I don't know.
All right.
What the hell?
Oh my goodness. This is fun. It's a good night. I'm glad you're taking a couple of days off.
I am. I have been the
You've got-
last 2 weeks. I have been in, especially the last 2 weeks, I've been in a brutal brain fog.
Oh,
I am so tired all the time.
yeah.
And I think it's because I need to be blunt. I need to get new filters for my CPAP.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say. So,
Yeah. Dave does not reapply his lipstick on breaks. Right?
yes, he does. He does it off camera.
It's off camera.
Yeah, he does it off
That's
camera.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's really tough. I mean, I think like coming out of my surgeries and stuff, I had so much brain fog and my equilibrium was off. And of course, you're not sleeping well. You're not, I don't know, it's just like totally messes you up. And that's finally just started to clear. But like I was saying about like, I think I told you this earlier, right? Like I used to be able to just like all my other books, I would get down to the deadline and I would just like get my stuff, have all my books, everything in order. And then I would just write all night. Like I would write till like 2 a.m. and then I would edit it the next day. And I would just write until like 2 a.m. And I was usually working a full-time job and then coming home and like doing all the dinner for the kid and stuff. And then, starting writing at like 8 or 9 at night. And I would just write till 2 a.m, just going hard. And I could, I would do that whenever the deadline was like the month before the book was due. And, this time I just like really grossly underestimated. I'm on a medication that makes me a little bit tired at night too. And so it just was like, oh, not only could I not do it in terms of like, I mean, I can stay up all night, but staying up all night and like using your brain and concentrating and doing something important, that is, I was like, wow, I overestimated my ability to do that anymore. I don't know if that's something I've lost forever or if it's really just, kind of just recovery from everything that my body's been through. But regardless, it was real humbling because I could do one thing a day. I could do one intelligent thing a day. I could do other things, but one intelligent thing that actually required all of my creativity and brain power, I could do one thing. So if I had to edit somebody's manuscript, I could do that. But I couldn't work on my own manuscript and do that. I just lost that ability to, have more than like 4 hours of creative stamina. So I don't know how you do it every night doing the show, and you work full time too. So
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
I'm just
So good. I'm glad you're taking. So you're off.
I'm off tomorrow, Christmas Day, and then we call it Boxing Day.
Boxing Day. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and
Oh,
then I'm taking New Year's
Canadian.
Eve and New Year's Day off.
Oh, yeah, good. Oh, guess whose son has a hockey game that they need to leave their house at 7 a.m. on New Year's Day for?
Are you kidding me? That's horrible.
So it's a tournament that goes through the weekend, and quite frankly, it happens a lot to our particular district, especially with a couple of these districts that shall remain unnamed, or these other teams. But like basically, the game is at 9:15. So you know the drill. You got to be there at 8:15.
Yep.
And it's an hour away.
Yep, you're up at 6:15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might just sleep in my clothes that night.
Why not?
Remember that trick?
Hold on right there. Thank you to T-Bone with a hat trick, as well as buying 10 memberships. Kitty Caddywhack, Area 54. Thank you for the love, everybody. Don't forget to give a thumbs up if you don't mind. It helps with our algorithms. And here we go, everyone. We are into the second half of Spaced Out Radio, talking cryptid Christmas stories with Varla Ventura. My name is Dave Scott. Merry Christmas to each and every one of you listening on in. We love it that you are here sharing your night with us. And make sure you do us a favor. Take a little gander outside and see if you see Santa flying. That's all that matters. Maybe you'll see him. You never know. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Here she is, Varla Ventura. We have her till the top of the hour on the big show here. VarlaVentura.net is her website. You can also find all of her books at any major bookstore. And we are talking about weird Christmas legends and lore. Varla, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a very refreshing break.
It was. I appreciate that. I have to tell you this before we go any further.
Uh-oh.
I love NORAD Santa.
I do too.
Congratulations and thank you. If you're listening in from one of the agents or agencies that are out there, hold on, let me put my special hat on for this. If you're listening in from one of the agents or agencies out there, thank you very much for doing what you do at NORAD Santa. Because even at 52 years old, I am really excited about Santa Tracker. I love the Santa Tracker.
Yeah.
I love everything about it. There's nothing more exciting than the Santa Tracker for me. And
I love it too.
Mm-hmm.
I love
it is amazing.
I love being able to I love geography and I love staring at maps. And so when you watch it and you're just like imagining, what time is it there? And then it's just watching him travel all over the globe. And it's just, it's a pleasurable experience.
It is.
And you got a little one too, who's probably super stoked about it.
Well, he's 12. He's not that much younger than
yours.
Oh,
yeah, he's not that young. Wait, does he? Well, let's not talk about it in case there's kids.
First year. This is the first year. And I'm honestly, I'm kind of sad about it. Okay. I'm kind of sad about it. This is the first year my son has not asked for toys. Usually I asked him, I saw his Christmas list a couple weeks ago. And I said, son, you don't have any toys on here. And he's like, well, I said, what about Transformers? Because he loves Transformers. And he goes, he says He says to me, "No, I have enough."
Yeah.
And I looked at him. I'm like, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is
Well,
terrible."
you could get him like a robot toy or something like that.
He
That'll.
doesn't play with
My
them.
kid's 14, so
I bought my son a drone last year. He has never flown it.
oh well.
Yeah.
Why don't you just rewrap it? I've always wanted to do that. Just wrap a present that they
I bought
never
him a drone
use.
last year, and he still hasn't um flown it. He's so into hockey and everything.
Mm.
And the only problem that I have with Christmas time this year is part of his gift has not arrived.
Oh no.
So there's this very popular hockey show on cable now called Shoresy.
Yeah. Totally.
Okay. I got him a Shoresy jersey.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. And
Cute.
it hasn't arrived. It'll arrive after Christmas. And I'm just heartbroken about that.
Can you just print a picture of it and wrap it?
No, I'll just tell him I'm not going to wrap that. I'll just wait for it to come late. And but the other big present that I got him that I'm very excited is I got him a megalodon tooth.
Ooh, sweet.
Yeah. It's like 4.5 inches long. Right.
Okay.
And I got it out of North Carolina. There's this company called the Fossil Exchange. Shout out to
Ooh,
them.
nice.
Shout out to them. Company called the Fossil Exchange, where they literally have these divers that go into a certain part of the ocean of like Florida.
Yep.
And they dive for megalodon teeth. Because I guess this one spot was just a hotbed for megalodon back in the day. And so, yeah, I bought this tooth. They have a megalodon tooth on their website that's like $8,000.
Oh.
It's like 7 inches big and like 5 inches wide.
So can you just like make me a plaster cast of that?
Right?
For like $80?
Yeah, I didn't pay that much at all, but yeah. Their shipping was incredible. It got here within like 10 days of my order.
Oh, awesome.
And it even comes with a stand. And a certificate.
A display, like a little thing to display it. That's cool.
Yeah. And a certificate of authenticity.
Nice.
Which is really cool. And I can't say enough about it because, you know, I mean, I live from there. I live, 3,400 miles away.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to make it up here just in time. And I'm like I messaged them beforehand. I said, will this get to me before Christmas? And they're like, oh, hell yeah, we'll make sure of that. We'll make sure of that. And it was really, really amazing. So big shout out to fossilexchange.com. If you want to get a megalodon tooth or a shark tooth or even a shark tooth necklace, they have those on their website.
Cool.
Yeah.
I know that I've been to Florida a few times to this like beach you don't find megalodons there, but it's like I can't remember the name of the actual beach, but we just call it Shark Tooth Beach because you just go out there and you just start scooping up the sand and you find they're tiny, all these little fossilized shark teeth, but you can find dozens of them. So doesn't surprise me that if there's like a spot that you probably have to dive a bit deeper. Sometimes you'll get one that's like a pretty decent size, but never like actually like a big giant megalodon.
Yeah,
it's so cool though. It's such a cool thing to hold something that's from so very long ago.
I agree. Let's get back to you, beautiful Varla Ventura. Yeah. All right, let's get back to you. And you were going to tell us about a couple of goddesses.
Okay, so actually, I was just going to tell you so we got into a couple of the winter goddesses there, but we were kind of segueing into reindeer and like, why do we have this like 8, the miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. Like, why do we think of Santa and the 8 reindeer? So I gave a couple examples of like the goddess, Bewe, who is a Scandinavian goddess who rides a chariot full of reindeer bones and is in search of the greenery to bring back. And essentially she's bringing back the sun with her, and melting the snow and bringing food to the reindeer that she's sort of in charge of. She's sacred to the reindeer. The reindeer are sacred to her. So you have that. You have the Bera, who is a deer herder, and so there are 2 examples in Norse mythology that I think also influence the reindeer idea, the idea of the reindeer chariot. And one of them is Odin, right? The big daddy, the big bearded daddy. He's he rides an 8-legged horse. So he doesn't, or sometimes is in a chariot that's drawn by an 8-legged horse. So what's most significant there is just that it has 8, there's the number 8 in there. Of course, Odin is all wise and all powerful, and he can help kind of get mankind through a catastrophic winter or major storms. And to hear him riding across the sky on his horse was considered like a good omen. Then you also have his his son Thor, and of course we know that Thor is the god of thunder and lightning, and also the god of agriculture. Thor rides a chariot, and the chariot is drawn by 8 goats. It's usually depicted as a goat. So now you have an 8-legged thing, you have 8 goats by Thor. And I think that those, it's easy to see, especially as stories are passed from culture to culture, language to language. There's different interpretations. There's illustrations that might look more goaty to one person. And so you can kind of see the evolution of those. When we really think of like the miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, that's the, what was his name? Was it Clement Moore, who wrote 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, right? He wrote the Night Before Christmas poem, which sort of took and personified all of these beliefs at the time about Santa and the magic of Christmas and the reindeer landing on the roof. So those are just a couple more examples where you can kind of see like this culture and this culture and this culture. And in particular, in Europe, of course, but also in North America, we have so many different cultures. And so as Christmas, the way that we sort of celebrate it today is quite different than it was celebrated even 100 years ago or 200 years ago. And so you have traditions from all of these different places and kind of meshing together. But it was really that poem that this, wonderful writer just sort of made up, but based on different mythologies that he knew. That we kind of have that really modern picture of Santa on his reindeer landing on the roof. It kind of similar, like I think of it the way that we think of Dracula. So Bram Stoker drew on historic figures like Vlad the Impaler. He drew on folklore and legends from Ireland, Scotland, Transylvania, Romania, like all different cultures. He drew on superstitions, and he kind of created this this creature that Vlad Dracula. Today, when we think of a vampire, we think of Dracula, but he's really an amalgamation of several different things from the mind of a incredible writer. And so, in many ways, that's our kind of more modern. There's a lot more to it, of course, but that's kind of our modern view of Santa comes from that one poem.
I never knew the tie-in.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing that would have such a huge influence on how we view and the stories that we tell our children every year about Santa. It's quite interesting.
Now, obviously, there are a lot of more modern type of stories out there regarding whether it's around Christmas songs or, you know, 12 Days of Christmas or anything like that. Is there something modern that grasps you in regards to the legends and lore, or have we kind of gone beyond that because society has become way more politically correct?
I mean, there's just like so many there. I feel like there's so much pressure. Like I gifts are one of my love languages. Like I love giving a gift. I don't always love receiving gifts, but I love giving a gift. I love curating something for someone or seeing something for someone. But even for somebody who loves giving gifts, there's this insane pressure to like include everyone and spend all of this money and kind of, and I'm not going to homemade gifts. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just not, that's just not who I am. Respect to those who can. That is not me. So there's this kind of, that pressure. So I feel like sometimes we move away from those things. But one of the things that just the other day, it was just the most beautiful, it was on the solstice, and it was just the most beautiful afternoon, evening. We started at 3, we ended at 5 as the sun was going down. And I did this event at this lovely little bookstore called the Vintage Storyteller, which is in Minnesota. And we got all of these greens together and we made these beautiful just swags for people to put on their doors, sort of like a Yule blessing with beautiful ribbons. And then I sat there and kind of told everyone about the different, the magic and the medicine of the plants. And it was such a great crowd. I mean, there was, I think, 12 women together in this room, including me and the shop owner. And it was just this really, really magical experience where everyone was having so much fun, but it was also just this really simple activity, and it wasn't very expensive. And it was just this. And so for me, I do a lot of like modern, I'm more of like a modern ritual person. So solstice, it's really important for me to carve, I almost said names, carve things into candles and burn them. Do things that are sort of like symbolic, like that. And just to be in a group of people who are kind of like-minded, and no one was declaring like, this is our ritual, we're going to chant. It wasn't that. It was just this very natural, sort of magical experience that came about organically. So for me, like the modern things I like, and the appreciation that I have for like, even just on social media, like just being able to connect with bookstore owners and witches, and witches from Cornwall, and to kind of have that level of connection, that's where I like social media. But I do think there's a lot of, we just put a lot of pressure on ourselves this time of year, and we strain ourselves, and we spend all our money, and then we don't have any money to go on trips to Vegas in May.
Yes, we will need to start saving, everybody, for a trip to Vegas.
People know this. I think they do, right?
Vegas in May 21st to 25th. What hotel we're staying at yet, I haven't decided. All we know is that Merle will not be choosing this year's hotel.
No, I get to choose it. I think I'm going to weigh in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to look at the pictures online of what the bathrooms look like, and that's how I'll decide.
Well, yeah.
But
It always comes down to the bathroom. How much counter space do you have?
It's not that. It's like, is the shower gross? I like a good shower. Can I say?
Who doesn't like a good shower?
Right?
Who doesn't like a good shower? We'll decide that in
May.
probably within the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Fair.
And knowing Nicole Sackich, because I think she's coming too. Knowing her, she'll probably kick my butt and say, "Get this in high gear. I need to make it happen now." And usually,
someone
when she
did just say, Tim Mothman said the flamingo. I've actually heard the flamingo is great. It's like super retro. I've never stayed there though.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I've got a couple places that I want to look at. And of course, everybody is invited. Everyone's invited. You know, you
So
don't need an invite. You just show up. Come hang out.
Yeah, you just show up.
That's what we do.
So can we end with a witch?
I would love to. We got 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, so this witch, I think someone even mentioned Befana in the chat, and Befana is just this amazing Italian witch. Her day is January 6th, which ties in with the Feast of the Epiphany. Don't ask me to explain too much more about that because, I just happen to know that that's the date. I don't know all the rules, okay? But she, again, with some of the ideas that we have about Santa Claus, she rides on her broom from roof to roof, and she leaves like candy and sweets for good little children. And for those who have been naughty, she leaves like rocks or nothing. And she kind of goes from house to house, sweeping away the bad luck from the previous year and bringing in the good luck for the new year. And I'll tell you a story. I was in Venice, Italy on Christmas Day I want to say it was like 2003. And I'd never heard of Befana. And I was just wandering around the streets, Venice, such a beautiful place to wander. And I had this great book that was all about all of the haunted places in Venice. And it was really thick. And around every corner, there was some place where the water cured the plague or something. It was like really incredible. But anyway, I kept seeing, after Christmas time, I kept seeing in all the bakeries, like witch cookies. Like, why are there witch cookies everywhere and little witch things and like cakes with witches on them? And so I stopped someone and I said, why are there witches in all of the in all the bakeries and all the decorations of the witches everywhere? I was like so excited. And somebody just explained to me, oh, that's Befana. And this is what Befana does. And it was like, wasn't something internet existed then, but I didn't use it when, you did go to internet cafe when you were traveling or whatever. You didn't have a phone. So it was really great. And then, when I got back, I looked it up and I got actually super mad at all my Italian friends for never telling me about Befana. Anyway, Befana is fabulous, and there are so many elements of her and her attributes that are also in the sort of the lexicon of what we think of with Santa Claus and the things that he can and can't do. And again, we have that naughty nice list. We have the lumps of coal and the candy. And also in Germany, and as well as I think in France, children leave their shoes out. They don't hang stockings. They leave their shoes out and little treats get put in their shoes. And in France, it's Père Noël who leaves the treats and such. So there you have it. Christmas creatures galore. 2025 edition.
I love it. And with about 90 seconds to go, before we have to say goodbye to you until 2026, where you and I get to hang out twice.
At least.
First time at the Nebraska Bigfoot Conference in April.
That's going to be crazy fun.
And then a month later in Las Vegas for our SOR fan party, where everyone's invited. Everyone's invited. You don't need to buy a ticket, nothing. Right? Well, you need to get your ticket to get there. But I want to say a big thank you, not only for, 2025 being a hard year for you with your health and defeating cancer. I'm very proud of you for everything that you've accomplished. I love you as one of my very, very good friends, and I wish you so much success for 2026.
Well, thank you, Dave, and right back at you. You've been such a wonderful support, texting me, making sure I'm okay, telling me not to worry throughout all my trials and tribulations. And yeah, thank you. Happy holidays. Thanks for all your support. Love all your fans, everyone in the chat, all the people that I met at the fan party a couple years ago. Can't wait to see you all again. And yay, 2026 is almost here. It can't
And
possibly get worse.
you will be part of the monthly edition of our special guests each and every month. And I
Right.
love you.
I'll be back on now that I have my stamina back.
Exactly. Varla Ventura, everybody. VarlaVentura.net, where you can find her books. Swamp Dweller coming on up. Then Robin Haynes with the Cryptid Q&A.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with your host, Dave Scott.
We are clear. Thank you, Varley.
Thank you, Dave. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. We'll
Absolutely.
get dates for all the things going quite
Absolutely.
soon.
I'll figure
Okay.
something out on Vegas here quickly.
Oh, I'm not pressuring you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Got to get it done anyways because we're going. So,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Done
Love
deal.
you. I got to run. Much love.
Okay.
Mwah.
Love you. Good
Take care.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
Varla Ventura, everybody. Isn't she just awesome? She's just awesome. I'll be right back. All right. How good was Varla tonight? Bombshell Bomber, Merry Christmas to you. Mhm. Let's bring in Robin Haynes because we love her.
Hi.
Hi, Robin.
How are you?
Good. Your hair looks wonderful tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're so sweet. How are you doing tonight?
I am good. I am good.
Are you ready for the big Santa Claus trip?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I am so pumped up. All right. By the way, if you stick around after the show, I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes because I got some wrapping to do. So I figured I might as well just do it on my desk here. So if you guys want to stick around after the show and hang out, watch me wrap presents, you're more than welcome to do that. Yeah, I'm not tired at all. Not tired at all. So
I wish I had your energy.
oh God, today's a rarity. Today is a rarity because I'm off the next couple of days. All right, Varla,
that's
here we
why.
go. Swamp Dweller's only a couple minutes. Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you very much for joining us as we prepare for Santa to take off and fly around the world. Oh, I'm so excited. The kid in me is pumped right up. We have Robin Haynes coming up momentarily, as well as Swamp Dweller. But first, we want to say hello to all of you tuning us in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on every major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Sultant. Sultant is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Let's head to the swamp.
Hello and welcome to Spaced Out Radio's Swamp. I'm Swamp Dweller, and tonight I'm going to take you on a mystic journey of the unknown, sharing tales of monsters, legends, and nightmares. Welcome to the Spaced Out Radio Swamp. This happened when I was a small child, probably around 4 after I experienced what I know now was a near-death experience. I was with my grandmother, who was very healthy, still is very healthy for a 70-year-old woman. We went trekking across our property with a picnic basket in tow, just looking to sit down with our dog and have a nice time. Normal grandparent stuff. We ended up crossing the creek. It was dry at the time, to go back to the pasture. Nearby, probably maybe 50 yards away, was our cedar tree. We sat down and started eating when our dog started acting crazy. This dog, bless her soul, was an angel. It did not act like a dog most of the time, though. She rarely ever barked, never really jumped, and always acted very polite. She went nuts, running in circles around us, growling and barking and just acting so vicious, something so out of character for this dog. My grandmother got concerned, so she put our picnic stuff back in the basket and tried to calm her down. I was sitting a few feet away, scared because my dog was growling and acting very out of character. I will admit my memory gets a bit fuzzy around this point, but I remember seeing a very large, gray creature step out of the creek and tree line. We had previously just walked through that area, which is why I remember it being so creepy. My grandmother scooped me up and booked it out of there as fast as possible. Our dog was running with us. I am 90% sure she ran to the cedar tree. She always talks about it being her favorite tree and how protective it is, The tree was a lot closer than our house, which was roughly a half-mile away at this point. I just know our dog calmed down and I was happier once we got to that tree. I don't live in the Southwest. I live in the south-central/east area of Arkansas, close to Louisiana. So I have no idea what this thing could be. Some people say skinwalkers, but like I said, I don't live in the Southwest. Some people say Wendigo, but I don't live up north. So I'm not exactly sure what this is, but if anybody knows, and you can comment down below, please let me know.
Thank you, Swamp Dweller, for another creepy story. If you want more just like that, head on over to his YouTube channel, Swamp Dweller. Hit subscribe, ring that bell. He's there all the time, putting up new content for you. So check it on out. From the swamp, we head to the forests, where Robin Haynes lurks around looking for the Sasquatch, the Dogman, the little people, and every Wendigo and Rougarou in between. Here she is.
Robin Haynes walks soft where the tall trees sway. She hears Bigfoot whisper what the wind won't say. Through the veil of the forest where the wild man plays, the Bigfoot psychic talks to Sasquatch every day. Only on Spaced Out Radio's Cryptic Q&A.
Robin Haynes, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show, and Merry Christmas to you, my beautiful friend.
Oh, Merry Christmas. I love being here.
You know what's exciting about the Christmas holidays and New Year's and everything?
Everything about it.
Yes. But once it's done, it means I'm only 4 months away from the Nebraska Bigfoot Conference.
I know. I can't wait. I'm already working on it and getting stuff organized for it. So I'm really excited.
You're going to hate me for saying this.
What?
I know at the Nebraska Bigfoot Conference, you guys only allow guests to speak 2 years in a row. But because for some reason the people there like me, you've made an exception and are bringing me back for a third year.
Yes.
I'm going to put it on the table right now. Right now. I'm going to kick butt so hard there this year or next year that you're going to be forced to invite me back for a fourth year.
If nothing else, we'll skip a year, then bring you back because you're definitely coming back again.
Well, I'm just saying there is a good possibility that you're going
we
to
love having you there, and everybody. You're such a showman. For anybody that has not seen Dave speak publicly, you are missing out. Seriously, missing out because he is such a showman, and everybody absolutely adores him. And there is nobody that is as easy to get along with than Dave at a conference. I mean, the first year he was there, he got stuck on this 24-hour flight from hell to get him from Canada to Nebraska. And that man was so kind and wonderful. Like, it was incredible. Never was grumpy, never was nasty, just was as kind and sweet. He's the best. Like, he is just, of all the people I've had, you are definitely one of the top ones because you are just always so easy to get along with and everybody loves you.
Oh, it's because I pay them. It's because
hey, I don't care. I'll take it. And you know what? We have these great sheets at the end of the conference where everybody can write down comments on who they liked, what they liked best about it. And every year you have scored within the first, I want to say within the top 1 to 2, if not third spot. Every year you get nothing but rave reviews.
I know. And
there's just nothing unpleasant about it when you're there. Like, we have so much fun with you.
Well, we're going to have some fun this year. And I cannot wait to put together something on Flight 21.
I know. That's what everybody's excited about. You know, they really like the saga that goes on with that.
It's going to be great. I promise you it's going to be great. And I cannot wait to get there. I cannot wait to see Daryl Denton again.
I know. I'm so excited. Daryl's going to be there. He's bringing his wife, Rosie, which I absolutely adore her.
Yeah.
And Daryl's always a treat every time.
Mm-hmm. I know. And Varla Ventura is going to be there. and
I'm
it's going to be
excited
great.
about, yeah, I mean, meeting her in person. I've talked to her, but meeting her in person is going to be fabulous. So I'm excited about that. Kuhnbo's going to come back. We've got him, Christy Sci-Fi and her dad. We've got him. I mean, we have a whole list coming up. So we've got some really, really top-notch people. I think everybody's going to be really pleased. My
Well,
friend
I
Chris
appreciate it.
Chastain's going to be there. And he's got some great interaction, some great stories for everybody. He's got some really good Dogman pictures. Oh my gosh.
I can't wait.
I know.
Cannot wait.
I know. I'm excited. We have such a good time.
Yes.
Like we do. I mean, hotels are already booked. Everything's getting set up and moving right along. So it's going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be amazing.
Yes, for sure.
Christmas time is here.
I know.
And of course, we have, 45 minutes to talk about monsters and everything with you.
Okay.
As silly as this question may be. All right. And I'm sure you're going to give me a really woo-filled answer with this. But do the cryptids know, not just Sasquatch, but the little people, the gnomes, the fairies, the sprites, the dogmen, do they know when there is some sort of Yuletide Christmas time going on?
To a different degree than what we do. They don't really understand, oh, it's Christmas and we're celebrating the birth of Christ, even though it's not actually the day he was born, which was in the fall. But what they do know is the joy. They know the uplift in the frequency that everybody has. They pick up on the excitement. They may not know and understand completely as we do. Some of them do. Some that are very humanized, our type of humans, and are around them enough where they've had it explained to them, they will get excited. I will say this, my Michigan group, every time it was Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, anything like that, I would make 2 meals. I would make the full meal for the family, and I would also make the full meal for them. So whatever I made in the house is what I also made again for them out there. So they would have this big, huge meal out there, and they loved it. They absolutely went crazy over it. They thought it was so much fun. This year, we have certain Sasquatch that we work with that have gotten Christmas gifts of food. they love it. They have the best time with it. So they don't fully comprehend it as far as how we celebrate it and the meaning that it has to us. They pick up on the joy and the excitement that comes with it. That they do pick up on because it's such a higher frequency, and they do get very excited about that.
That is very, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yep. I used to go out, like I said, I would make the ones here in South Carolina, I could make every meal known to mankind and take it out. They aren't going to touch it. But if they think they can sneak something, then they're happy. They're happy that way. They don't have a problem getting into the house and getting into the pantry or getting into the fridge. But take food out to them and it will sit there. If I just leave it on my porch, it's gone by morning. Or if they have ones that are sick and they need like ground ginger, they need ground turmeric or whatever, turmeric, then they'll tell me what they want. They'll take that if it's in the right container. So they're, the ones here are a little bit different. The Michigan ones, they didn't care what I gave them. I wouldn't even have a chance to get back up to the house and they'd already have gotten hold of it. So it just depends on the group.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, if the leader of the clan doesn't allow them to take stuff, then they don't. You have to also understand that you're talking about hundreds and thousands of years of breeding into these guys that says everything that they do concerning us is a trap. So it takes some, like the ones in Michigan, they started taking stuff right away from me. The ones that I was in with the prior to that particular group, it took them longer. And then I had some when I moved from that location in Michigan to another one, They really didn't want to take anything at all. The ones here, they want it, they'll ask for it, but they're very cautious about taking it. But yet, if I leave and come back, I'll find muddy footprints in the house, things out of my pantry. And you don't even want to know how much Parmesan cheese has been taken. Like, it's insane. I don't even understand it. I can buy as many of the biggest size Parmesan cheese containers known to mankind, and every one will be gone. It's literally a matter of a day or two, and they just disappear. Things disappear from my refrigerator all the time.
How do they sneak into your house?
Well, they can do it two ways. I mean, it's not that they can't come and get in physically, but they can go, because they are multidimensional. They can go into spirit form, and it's very disconcerting to watch them walk through a wall. I've seen them do it before. I've had witnesses with me that have seen them do it, and it's a little bit freaky. But yeah, in fact, my granddaughter one day, she was here, and she was in the kitchen, and she asked me, she said, Grandma, did anybody come in the house? And I said, no, why? And I had went into town. Her dad was upstairs, and I had went into town to get something, and she called me on my cell phone. She said, did you just come back to the house? And I said, no, why? And she said, there was somebody in the living room. I said, what are you talking about? She said, it was all black. I couldn't see its face. It was just it looked like a person, but it was all black. And I said, did it have clothes on? And she said, I don't remember seeing clothes. All I just saw was this big black shape, and it looked over at me, and then it ran out the front door. And I was like, okay. I never lock my doors. I never have. I have 14 dogs. If anybody is dumb enough to try to come into this house with 14 dogs, then they deserve anything that they rob. If they can get in and get out alive, then more power to them. So I just never lock the door, but it wouldn't matter anyway. I mean, they use telekinesis. They can unlock anything. They used to unlock the cars all the time, and they are multidimensional, so they'll just walk right through a wall.
We're going to change it up a little bit here, Robin.
Okay.
We're going to delve into your intuitive side here.
Oh, no.
Timo wants to know any 2026 predictions.
Yeah.
Paranormal UFO world.
There is going to be a lot of changes. I think people are going to be very, very surprised. And I would say 26, 27. I think you're going to notice a much more active UFO community, a lot more disclosures with the UFOs. We already have right now just an abnormal amount of UFOs in the sky, and that's a good thing because they are here to help. There are good and bad. Just because they are an alien does not mean they are bad. They're actually more good than bad. We are going to see an onset of more, I think, technology over the next 2 years. I don't want to limit it at one because I see a lot going in the year following. But there is going to be a lot more activity that way. I think you're going to see a lot more cryptid activity as well. We are in the middle of this giant shift with frequency and energy, and the higher the frequency and energy goes, the more contact we're going to see. Like with my clients, I teach the energy and the frequency, and I have got almost all of them now are getting ongoing contact. Whether it's from elementals, dimensionals, Sasquatch, dogmen, ETs, or whatever. As that frequency shift gets higher, we get more contact because we're able to lock in with them through the consciousness. And so I think we're in to see a lot more of that. I don't think it's going to be too overwhelming. It'll be a slow incline. But I think we are going to see a lot more activity in the paranormal realm, for sure. I would say within the next 24 months. But it will be starting within the next year. I would say probably within the next 4 to 6 months, you're going to start seeing an upswing.
I want to ask you about that, okay? Because, there is a lot there's a lot more, once again, we're in this trend where there's a lot more people getting into it again.
Yeah.
When paranormal television and then cryptid television kind of hit the major screen on cable, and it was extremely highly successful, we saw a giant influx of people all of a sudden becoming paranormal researchers or cryptid investigators, and UFO sky watchers as well. Okay, then it kind of lulled down for a while. and not so much in the paranormal, but especially in the cryptid and UFO world, we've seen those numbers go up again, mainly UFOs, because, well, let's face it, UFOs are the, the gold stamp and the gold star of what we do right now due to the governmental scrutiny of it, the
Yeah.
hearings and everything. But a lot more people are starting to take notice and take time in the forests. So my question for you regarding this would be, are people seeing the creatures more, or are the creatures allowing more people to see them?
They're allowing it more. Starting out with the cryptids, there seems to be a pattern of about once every, I want to say generally the third year, but anywhere from 2 to 4 years, they make another attempt at getting people to awaken, to get them to understand that they're present, that they are not monsters, but they share this planet with us. And then our people generally in the past have behaved very badly. And then the cryptids go back in the woods and they're like, okay, they're not ready. What we are noticing now, again, that frequency shift is so vital. It will be 3 years, March 14th, since it started. And as everybody's frequency is going up, they are getting triggered. As that frequency goes up, it puts you into a paranormal spectrum where you're able to see more, deal with more, accept more, and learn more, and be more open-minded about all of these things. So as that frequency is going up, whether people like it or not, you're going from carbon-based to crystalline, your body's changing, you're opening up more, which gives you the opportunity, should you follow through with it, of accepting the things that are out there in that paranormal spectrum. And that's why they are coming out again. They want people to be aware of them to a degree. Okay? They don't want to come and sit down and have dinner with you. They want people to quit trying to kill them because they don't understand what they are. They want people to use their collective consciousness to better everybody for the greater good. And in order to do that, you go into that higher frequency. Once in the higher frequency, you now have contact with them because we all work for the collective. This is why they succeed and our people fail. We have a lot of people that are out for themselves. That's not working for the greater good. That's not working with the collective. You achieve that through the collective consciousness, which links in with them. It's really an amazing thing. It's like with the ETs, the reason that their ships go is because they use their collective consciousness to power the ships, to guide the ships where they want them to go. So when you link into all of these things, you get more contact. Right now, we are on an upsweep where, due to the frequency changes, people are more aware. As they become more aware, they're linked into the consciousness, and the frequency is higher, and it's just part of the cycle. So I think we're going to see a lot more of it unless our people prove that once again that they're not trustworthy, and then they will go back into the darkness again. We're still going to have pockets of certain ones that want to be left alone because they aren't going to ever trust us, and they have good reason not to. They'll stay up high in the mountains. The ETs like that will stay underground. But more and more they are coming out, and they do seem to have a pattern for anywhere from 2 to 4 years. Generally around that third year, they make an attempt to try to share a planet with us. And so far we have been unsuccessful in working through the consciousness with them. So they don't give up, and they're on the upsweep of trying that again.
I'll be surprised if it happens.
Yeah. I'm amazed that so many people right now are getting linked in with them. It's tremendous. Like as far as like business wise, it's booming because people actually have opened their minds enough for this, and they're all getting contact. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
Well, you know what? As long as people don't investigate my area, I'm good with that.
Yep.
Go find your own areas. There's enough land to go around. There's enough forest to go around.
But they don't even have to have an area, because these things, these cryptids, you don't have to have an area to be connected to them.
Hold that thought. We're going to go to break here. Robin Haynes, we have her till the top of the hour on the Cryptid Q&A right here on Spaced Out Radio. This is Spaced Out Radio. Your host, Dave Scott. All right, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back. I'm back, Robin.
Yeah, it's amazing, and you don't have to be in the woods to get contact.
Well, hold that thought until we come back.
Yeah, I will.
I want a radio audience.
So is your son excited for the holiday?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's the best part.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I got to smuggle a bunch of stuff down here. I'm going to wrap some presents down here tonight. Edit the show and then grab some presents. And
That's great.
yeah. It's something about the NORAD Santa tracker that just gets me all.
Isn't that fun?
Oh yeah.
I used to do that with my kids and my grandkids. I loved it.
Yep.
So much fun.
Yep. Get everything ready here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the T-Bone. They only had the third jersey. They were out of the original blue, the whites and blues for the. So I got them the black one, the black third jersey. So it's all good. Yep. All of a sudden, Robin, you're going to be sheepish and you're going to say, Dave, I know we have this rule. I'm going to have to bring you back.
I know, that's what I did this year. It was unanimous, though, because right after the conference last year, I was talking to Harriet McFeely, that owns it. And we were talking, and she was like, I said, yeah, I want to get this person back and that person back. And she's like, we got to bring Dave back. Like, I know we don't do it a third year, but we once in a while we will. And she said, I want to hear him talk. And she was sick last year, so she wasn't able to be there.
Harriet's such a sweetheart.
Isn't she a doll? I just love her. Just love her. She is just the most precious thing, bless her heart. Kindest woman ever.
Mm-hmm.
She just is an absolute doll. But it's such a fun conference. And we're so blessed because every year, we have an idea who we want to bring in, but then we get contacted by all kinds of people and they're like, hey, we're volunteering, we'll come. And I can't get that many, there's only so many I can get. We max out between 9 and 10 because if not, it just makes the day too long and then nobody has time to talk. And we've got 9 people now. I have 1 spot left, but I'm hesitant to use it because we want to do that round table like we did last year because that was so much fun. So, yeah. We've got some great people. I'm really excited about it.
We've got about a minute to go here. T-Bone stealing the show tonight. A hat trick of super chats. Why did I think there might be another? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 super chats from T-Bone. I forgot to write one down. Oh, no, there it is. Bigfoot, Michigan Rob, Two Shadows, Kitty Cattywhack, Area 54. Thank you for your love and support. I greatly appreciate it. And shop at our Spaced Out Radio store. Why? We don't have ugly swag. Nothing ugly there. You'd be proud to wear our stuff. Just ask T-Bone. He has about 47 of our shirts. I'm serious. And I love him for it. I do.
I got to order one of your shirts. They had some really cute ones in there. I was looking at them the other day.
We're coming back in 3 seconds. Hold on 1 second, Robin. We are into the final half hour of Spaced Out Radio. Thank you very much for tuning us in. My name is Dave Scott. We appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We want to remind all of you before we bring Robin back in that if you've missed portions of this show or others, our archives are always free. Go to YouTube or any major podcast network. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on X at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on Patreon in the Space Travelers Club. Here we go. Robin Haynes, the Cryptid Q&A, continuing on. And you were talking about, predictions and weird things that may happen in 2026. We were talking about Sasquatch and other cryptids becoming a little bit more open towards the public. And you wanted to finish that thought.
Yeah, everybody thinks that they've got to have a certain spot out in the woods or they're not going to get any contact. And, you can get contact out in the woods. Of course you can. But when your frequency is high enough and you start the mind speak, you would be amazed because you can mind speak with them from your living room. When you are mind speaking, there is no space between you because you are going through the collective consciousness. So you can literally carry on an entire, I don't care if you're middle of downtown LA. If you are mind speaking with them, it does not matter the distance. I still mind speak with the ones in Siberia that I met when I was there for the conference back in 2000. It was either 11 or 12. So it does not matter that distance once you get connected through the collective consciousness. We go out in the woods to see if we see them and we look at structures. We don't want to crowd them in the woods. You don't want to run them down. That's going to run them away from you, not towards you. Go out there, pick a spot, let them come to you, have a higher frequency, laugh, have a bonfire, sing, talk to them, play music, whatever. If they're out there, they're going to come to you first because your frequency is up. But don't ever think that you can't have contact just because you may not live close to a wooded area, because you still can. You can contact with anything, the ETs, the elementals, dimensionals. And for whatever reason right now, those elementals and dimensionals and the little people are running rampant. They are everywhere right now.
And why is that?
It's just the whole frequency thing. They all band together to begin with. But higher frequency beings hang around each other. The higher the frequency, the better they are. They don't want to be around anything low. Like if you're a person and you're very depressed or very angry, or you're not a nice or kind person, then you're a lower frequency. And good luck having contact because they don't like it. I have one that will tell me that it gives him a headache and it makes him sick to his stomach if he's around anybody with the low frequency. He absolutely does not like them. He says they're oakum, meaning bad. I've got some in my backyard that will tell me the same thing. They don't like anybody low frequency. Says it gives them a headache. So if you have that higher frequency because you are more upbeat and your frequency is up, you're going to get contact whether you want it or not. And you're going to get it from all of them.
Very true. Very true. Let's get to a couple questions from our audience for you. Let's go to, speaking of frequency, let's go to Blue Cruise. If an individual human's frequency stays the same or goes lower, will that individual be stuck in a denser or more negative version of planet Earth?
Yes and no. First off, everybody has like a basic basis for your frequency. Okay. It is perfectly normal for people to have bad days. It is perfectly normal for people to get depressed at times or be upset, or maybe they got hurt in some way, you know, whether they've lost somebody they care about or whatever is the reason. That is a normal human emotion, but we don't stay that way. You have a basic across the board or where your frequency is at, depending if you're a good or a bad person. On days that you're very happy, excited, love being the highest frequency there is, which comes from your heart, your frequency is up even higher. So you may have more contact in that day, but your basis frequency kind of levels out. And then every day you have your highs and lows. Some, you know, if you're on a day that you're just kind of hanging out, you're not upset or mad, you're going to stay right at that base point. So it does affect it. If it is lower but you're still a kind person, you have a pure heart, meaning you don't want to hurt anybody, you don't want to hurt an animal, you only want good things for people. There are things you can do to raise your frequency. Okay? Do anything that brings you joy. Eat a cookie, have a bowl of ice cream, watch a funny movie, pet your dog, pet your cat. That will help raise it. You know, now if you want to do energy work and frequency work to really keep it up, then there's things you can do. But those are basic things just to improve it. But it is perfectly normal for everybody's frequency to bounce, depending on the mood that you have that day, depending on what you encounter that day. But people with what the cryptids call a pure heart, meaning that you don't ever want to hurt anybody, you only want to help people, you have that basis across the border there, and that's generally, you know, in a good place. And then depending on your mood is if it goes up and down.
Let's move over to another question. Let us go next to Tebow, or pardon me, Paramarv, who is asking, we've heard about Sasquatch using infrasound and making folks feel queasy or nauseous.
Mm-hmm.
Are they able to put misleading ideas in someone's head to deceive them or throw a human off their track?
Yes. There's certain people that have asked me, can they put an illness in you and make you sick? No, they cannot put a disease in your body. What they can do, they build up their frequency. If they feel threatened in any way, shape, or form, then that's how they do the zapping. They build up that frequency and they basically throw it, just like you would a lightning bolt at somebody. And that's how you get zapped. They're taking the frequency, which is the vibration, and that infrasound, and they're throwing it at you. They determine if you get a headache, if you get nauseous, if you wet your pants, or if you pass out. They also have the ability to project emotion into you, which means they can cause you to be fearful. They can make you think that you need to turn around and do something else. I've had them that have wanted me out in their areas. I'll be at home and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to go to this area. It's like my life depends on it. I have to go to that area. And then I have to stop and think, okay, who put it in my head? Which is a form of mind speak. But why do they want me there? So you have to make sure it's not a trap. But yes, they can project into your mind a thought, a feeling, an emotion. All of those things are forms of mind speak. But when they project a feeling on you, this is how a lot of the cryptids, as well as dimensionals and elementals, if you are getting too close to them or their children, you get that wall of fear. That wall of fear is then projecting that emotion on you, so it makes you fearful, it makes you want to turn around and leave. That way they don't have an altercation with you. There's no problem. It just makes you leave in a very passive way. You may be frightened, but then there's no physical altercation between either one of you.
I will say this, going back to Flight 21,
Mm-hmm.
I would know with subtle messages, and this is going to sound real woo-filled here for a second, but I think it's important for people to learn, and this is a great question by Paramarv and a great answer by you, Robin. Okay, but I know in our times going out to Flight 21, I would start getting not messages, but feelings a day or two before. Now, a lot of people will say that's anxiousness because you're excited to get there. It's an adventure. People are always excited for an adventure, but it would be very subtle. Just like it would almost be like, hey, can't wait to see you there. Can't wait to get there. Just can't wait. And then what the day of, probably a few hours before go time, it would be like, all right, are you ready for your adventure tonight? And I would start seeing vivid pictures in my head of our base camp area, right? Which would be awesome. And then following that, on the road in, before we hit, just as we're hitting gravel, and we would usually call Robin at this time, but there is a cattle guard, where literally at that cattle guard, the cell phone signal ends.
Mm-hmm.
And from that cattle guard and the 30 miles now into the forest that we have to go, it is pretty amazing how they pick you up. They pick us up right at the cattle guard. Say, okay, guys, are you? And it's a message like, okay, are you ready? Are you ready? We're ready for you. That's kind of the feeling it gets. We're ready for you, and we're here. We're going to be watching. And then once we get about 3 miles, between 2 and 4 miles from the actual crash site, it starts really pulsating. Like your head will all of a sudden go into almost like a mini migraine mode, where you're getting this pulsation and this pressure on the side of your head at the exact same time. And it's like, okay, you're there. I'm picking up your signal. There is no words. There is no, hey, we're waiting for you. Nothing. It's just that pressure that they put out there because they know you're coming.
Yep.
And then when we turn onto the road to get to the crash site, then all of a sudden it starts calming down, but then it picks up again. And the closer we get to the crash site, the more it dies off. And then when we get to the crash site, we do our little circle and we get out of the vehicles. Sometimes, if there's been a lot of people snooping around there, they are on guard. They are completely on guard. And then we're like, hey guys, it's just at this point, it's just Dave and Tim. You know us. We're not going to go, mess things up. We're not here to cause you any havoc. It's just us. And we calm them down. We burn tobacco in order to give the peace offering. And then we go through our little spiel that we do. And then you can literally feel the energy come right down. It's pretty amazing how you could feel that.
Yeah. That everything that you get beforehand, and you and I have talked about this before, you're getting mind speak. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody needs to realize that mind speak is not just words in your head. It can be pictures, it can be images, it can be words spelled out, it can be a thought, a feeling, or emotion that is not your own. And it comes very subtly. So everything that Dave's getting is mind speak. That pressure that you get when you go in the gate is because you are being scanned, because they do get a lot of people that come in and out of there, and they're scanning you. They're using their frequency, their energy to scan you to make sure your intent is pure. And basically, you've got a lot of them that are in that area that almost as guards. So when somebody comes in, they're going to make sure that it's safe. That's why you get the highs and the lows, where you get it for a while and then it lets up and then it picks back up again. You're getting scanned by the next set of sentry guards and then it lets up again. So you're getting nothing but mind speak. It's phenomenal. Also, and I'm not trying to change subject, but if Joe Monk is in the audience tonight, your group wants pears and another watermelon because they're blowing my head up right now.
That's awesome.
So I didn't mean to change the subject, guys, but they're not going to leave me alone until I tell Joe. So pears, and they want another watermelon if you have it, but they definitely want pears.
Did you say beers and some watermelon Jack Daniels?
They probably would like that too. I'm telling you what, they are terrible with alcohol. Where I lived at in Michigan, in the town that I lived near, I was like a mile and a half away. they had this family-oriented little pub, and there was alcohol there for the adults, and they would go and get the booze bottles out of the dumpsters. I would get up in the morning and it looked like Guns N' Roses partied in my woods. I don't drink. And there was alcohol bottles everywhere where they would sit there with them. I'd go out and clean them up, and the next day you'd see all these giant footprints and more booze bottles around.
I hear that. I hear that all too well. We got 6 minutes to go here with Robin Haynes tonight. Let's go to Cosmic Joe here. I like this question. He says, there is a chicken, which is my neighbor's pet, who uses an interdimensional ability to fight a red-tailed hawk successfully. Have you met any farm animals who can use dimensional abilities?
Absolutely. All animals are high frequency. So as long as they're high frequency, they can tap into abilities. I used to have a dog that would constantly, and a cat as well, would not stay out of the portals. They would vanish in those portals. They'd be gone days at a time. I'd see them go into them, and I'd see them come out of them. So do I think it's possible? Yeah. All our bodies are third dimensional. Our soul, our consciousness, and everything else is a higher frequency and multidimensional. And it all goes back through the consciousness and that frequency. Everybody, whether it's an animal or a person, if your frequency is high enough, you have abilities that you can tap into. Animals already have a high frequency. They're already telepathic. So it would not surprise me at all.
I didn't know chickens could be interdimensional.
Well, if they want to go through a portal, they're high enough frequency, they could definitely do it. The physical body, it's rough on, but as far as their consciousness, their soul, all of that, yeah, they could probably do it. I don't think they're going to do the same things that possibly a Sasquatch would do, but they are a high frequency. All animals are. They don't usually shape shift and do some of the things that cryptids do, but they're not without abilities.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Well, look at that. Chickens, interdimensional chickens. I might have to make a t-shirt for that now. I'm going to write that down. Interdimensional
You'll see them going in and out of portals.
I'm literally writing this down. I might have to make a t-shirt for our store for that.
Yeah, their physical bodies are not interdimensional, but they go through the consciousness. And so if they wanted to go into portals, they could absolutely 1,000,000% do it.
That is absolutely wonderful. I never thought I would hear about interdimensional chickens, but I mean,
I never did either, but I can see it happening.
What our show is for.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to, levitate and do a lot of these things, but they are a higher frequency where they could very easily go in and out of the portals. Like I said, my cats and dogs do it all the time. They drive me crazy.
I love this comment by Julie in our chat room. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. I am so creating that shirt. I have ideas running through my mind right now. Total ideas running through my mind.
Oh my gosh.
By tomorrow night, there will be an interdimensional Chicken Task Force t-shirt on our store.
Yep.
Right? Why not? Why the heck not? Robin, we look back at 2025 here. And yes, we'll have you on next week as well. But I'm just curious, your favorite, 3 minutes ago, your favorite story of cryptids in 2025?
I think just being out in the woods with them, and when they're in a physical form, being able to talk to them, being able to see them, have them come up behind, put a hand on my shoulder. I had this past year, I camped out for 3 weeks out on my farm, and I was laying there watching something on my phone, and one of the Sasquatch kids came walking in the camper and kind of looked at me, and I was like, your parents are not going to be happy. And he turned around and he ran out. So I think that was one of my top ones. And I had a 12-foot male that I was out on the dam, and I was talking to him, and he came up and got about 2 foot from me. And he had a lot of power to him. He never zapped me, but just the weight from that frequency that radiated off of him by me, it was like it felt like I had a concrete blocks all over my body. As soon as I asked him to pull it back, he did, which was tremendous and very much appreciated. But just that interaction, his whole clan walked up towards me. I mean, they were coming in I was surrounded. They were coming in from all different directions. And it was just a really beautiful moment because they were all so kind and so sweet. Just loved it. And we had the dogmen were there too. I mean, I was in the camper one night and the dogmen were walking around the camper and they were just as kind as could be. It's just a magical place. I think that was probably my favorite. And then, like I said, I went to another site and was out in the woods with another one, and he was pretty special too. So, yeah, just that ongoing contact, being able to be outside with them.
There's a lot of magical places out there, more than we possibly know.
Oh, yeah.
How hard is it to find these magical places?
If your frequency is up high, it is not hard, because that frequency, when it's up and it comes from a pure heart, it draws them in like a flippin' magnet. They love it. And it's not hard to get to them. You just have to know how to do it, and you have to have a pure heart to do it because they know your intent. Energy and frequency does not lie. It cannot be faked. And so you can't go out there and pretend to be the good guy or girl and have an unpure heart, because they know it right away and they're not coming anywhere near you. But if you have a pure heart and a high frequency, it is so easy to make contact through the consciousness. And it's really a beautiful thing.
Robin, we have 20 seconds left with you. Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me at Robin Haynes, no middle initial, Haynes, on Facebook, or on my website at www.paranormal-empowerment.com.
I love it. Robin, I want to say a big thank you for you coming on Spaced Out Radio. We got one more show in 2025 with you. That'll be next week.
Cannot wait.
And it's going to be great because that'll be our final show of 2025 before the New Year's break. And you are so special to this show. And I just want to say a big thank you.
Thank
for
you.
everything you do.
I just love you guys. And Dave, I think you are probably one of the best people I know. You have a good Christmas.
As we say goodnight to Robin Haynes and hello to Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal, rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on X. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and Bigfoot Broadcasting Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Robin. That was incredible. Great show, Robin.
Thanks. It was so much fun.
Yes, it was fun. Because we're fun, Robin.
We are. I love you guys so much, and you're always so kind to me. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, we appreciate you.
I want you and your family to have the best Christmas ever. I will be back next week.
See you next week, my dear.
Okay, you take care, sweetheart. Love you guys.
Love
Bye.
you. Bye-bye. All right, let me just see something. That's the one right there. Upload image, desktop. Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. This is why I love ChatGPT. Okay. I friggin' love it. So this is for you guys. You guys wanted it. Now it's happening. Okay. Do it with me. You're going to do it with me. Let me get rid of that one. Here you go. This is going up on the store here pretty quick. There you go. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. That's for you. You wanted it, Julie Rios. There it is. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. I'm putting it up on the store right now. Let me just get logged in here. All right. Let me get logged in and then we'll be good. Okay. Shh. Oh, not yet. Let's get logged in. All right. Here we go. Share this tab. And then we're going to go to the catalog. We'll go to t-shirts. What are these? Oh, these are nice. Fleece hoodies. I don't want hoodies for this. I want a t-shirt. So let's go choose a t-shirt right there. And let's go to the design right here. And let's put it in. This is for Julie Rios. Here it comes. The International Chicken Task Force. Right there. There it is. The Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. Right there. There it is. Let's pick the colors. Hold on. Let's first go like this. Inner neck label. I love this part. I do. Let's go white. Won't show up on the white shirts, but it'll show up on the black ones. And let's go right there. Upload. Which one should we upload there? Where are you? Where are you? I missed it somewhere. There it is. There we go. I'll put that on the sleeve right too. Where are you? There. There we go. So now let's select the colors. We'll do white. This will look good in brighter colors. Let's go back to the front side here. Look good in red. It'll look good in black. Oxblood black will look good. This is freaking hilarious. I'm not going to lie. This is hilarious. Burnt orange, it would look good on. Maize yellow. No, that's not going to look good there. That'll look good there. Heather mustard. Put it on some heather, military green, and dark olive. See how it looks on that. Oh, that looks good too. There we go. That looks good. No, that's an ugly color. Columbia blue. No, we got too much. There we go. Save product. Remember, this is all Julie Rios's fault. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force t-shirt. Right there. It's all Julie Rios's fault. I think that logo needs to come up a little bit. Hold on, let's go back. And let's bring that up a little bit right there. All right, let's pick a color here. Let's go steel blue. Right there. And interdimensional chicken task force tee. There we go. Publish. There we go. It's all on you, Julie Rios. Thank you, T-Bone. Was it Julie Rios's birthday? Well, let's sing a little birthday song for her. Happy birthday to you, Julie Rios. Happy birthday to you, Julie Rios. Happy birthday, dear Julie Rios. Happy birthday to you, Julie Rios. And many more. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me get this done. I'm going to be sticking around then for a bit. If you guys want to hang out, I got some Christmas wrapping to do. Got a show to cut up and an interdimensional chicken task force to set up. Thank you, birthday girl, Julie Rios. It's uploading images now. All right. Lex Diaz, Merry Christmas to you. Fap, you don't have a life anyways. You're sticking around. Just go get another bottle of Grandma's Christmas liqueur. Right near the hard candy condiments that are above the fridge. Just go get another. Just do it. Just do it, Fap. Aussie Susan, how are you? What did Mom send me? Oob to Joe's mom. She sends packages. Yeah, we didn't get any mail today. I'll probably get it after Christmas. I know a couple of you sent me stuff. I haven't got anything yet. Joe, if I ever shave this beard, I'm going to send it to your mom. She can have this beard. I think you should, Ozzy Susan. Have a drink. I'm going to be right back. I got to go get some stuff here, make some room for my Christmas decorating and all that kind of shit. So just bear with me. Just bear with me a few minutes, okay? Be right back. wrapping paper. I got it. I don't know how many of you are still here or not, but take scissors. And what do we wrap? Here, just how can I do this? Looks like that, I guess. Oh, of course. Now we're gonna go blurry. There we go. We're clear. I did like your cartoon, nephews, Addie. This in here. There we go. Well, that went down the wrong tube. All right. What are we wrapping first? Well, my boy wants a big block of paper because he likes to draw. Got everything out of the way. Yeah. Hello. Hello. I like wrapping presents. Not gonna lie. There. 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 The worst part about being left-handed is scissors. Normally, you don't get a good cut. Over here. Like that. That looks pretty even. Excuse me. Of course, I grabbed one of the tape rolls that has like no tape on it. So I may have to escape to go find more tape. That's nice and small. So I'll just fold. Like that. Oh, that looks good. Because who knows how much left on this thing. T-Bone, you have them fancy dancy malls down there. Up here, we're fighting for everything, man. Okay. Got them fancy malls where T-Bone lives. He hasn't been cariboued yet. Good night, Blue Cruise. Let's do something here first. Where are you? God, I love this. I do. Friggin' love this. Oh, it's so fun. So fun. What do I want to do here? Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Yeah, I always have to have nice crisp corners on my wrapping. Yep. I don't know. I've always liked wrapping gifts. Just makes it so much more fun. All right. All right. One down. A few more to go. What are we going to do next? T-shirts. Right, that goes like that. That like that. What is this one? Sylvain, bonjour. Joyeux Noël. Oh, these damn stickers. Seriously. No. All right. That. And we'll just do like that. Put that there. And let's just use one again. There. What's the halfway point there? Right there. God, I hope I made this. Hold on here. May have cut this one a little short. Oh my. I hate when I do that. Tighten this up a little bit. Well, that was terrible. I like 6 a.m. Merci beaucoup, Sylvain. There we go. I guess we'll go this way. There we go. That works. That works. When in doubt, roll it out. You guys have any questions or anything? Ask away. Hi, Blue Sky. How you doing? Yeah, we're just wrapping Christmas presents here. A busy day tomorrow, so if I can knock off a few more today, that'll make my life a lot easier. Three down, a bunch to go. Which of this do we have left? Oh. Will it be a white Christmas? Yes. Yes. It will be a white Christmas here. It will. Do something here. That looks good. All right. That piece isn't going to work. Not going to work. This one might. Oh. That one work? That'll work for something. I don't know if it'll work for this one, but probably not for that one, but we can find something for this one. These. So my mom started a tradition with me a number of years ago. Did it with my sisters as well. And what she did was when we hit the teenage years, mom started getting us stuff to prepare for moving out and growing up. So one year, we would get drinking glasses. The next year, and maybe utensils. And the next year, we would get, say, a coffee maker or something along those lines. And so I remember as a kid at Christmas time, I was still thinking like a kid. And I remember, thinking, like, great, my mom, I don't even drink coffee, and my mom gets me a coffee maker. Like, how uncool is that? What am I supposed to tell my friends? Like, my mom got me a coffee maker. She got me a set of wooden spoons or kitchen knives or whatever it may be. And like, I thought it was just at the time, because of my own immaturity, I thought it was useless. But when I moved out at 21, go to college and get my personal life started, and I was thinking, man, I got to spend all this money on stuff. Like, I've never bought forks before. I've never bought spoons or cutlery or pans and pots and all of this kind of stuff. And and when all of a sudden I opened up my closet or the storage room to move out and grab my stuff, and I had all of this stuff already. So when my daughters were younger, at 13, we kept the same tradition going, where every year, bought things, whether it was hand towels for the kitchen or like I said, utensils or pots and pans or whatever. And it's just kind of hard to believe that, next year I'll be doing that for my boy, is getting them set up for those things, because those things don't go bad. You know what I'm saying? They don't go bad. So it's something I love doing. And it's kind of sad because like I said, if you didn't hear it last night, this was the first year that my son didn't ask for toys for Christmas. And I know he's preteen, he's 12. He'll be 13 in June. And it was just kind of weird because I wasn't ready for that. I really wasn't. And in fact, when I was Christmas shopping at Walmart last week in the town north of us, I actually went purposefully into the toy section of the Walmart just to see if there was anything I could buy for him. Because it was more me than him, I guess. I wasn't ready to stop buying toys for him. So that was kind of odd. I don't know if I enjoyed that, but I guess as a parent, it's one of those things that you have no choice but to get used to. You know, I guess I got to get used to it. Sucks, but what do? You don't really have a choice. Oh, look at you. Is that all we have left? Oh God, that ain't gonna last long.
Well, I thought I'd bring this down for you just to give you some liquid courage.
Yeah. I was actually thinking of mixing that with some cream soda. Mrs. SOR has entered the studio. She's brought our good friend Fireball down. Hi, Tankella. Merry Christmas to you. I'm getting some shit done here. See, Mrs. SOR also loves the NORAD Santa tracker. And she never stays up late. Like usually her bedtime is like 7:38 p.m. Right? 7:38. And she so this is a rarity for her being up this late. Like a lot of people will say to me, "Geez, why do you do your show? Why do you do your show so late?" Oh, it's because she's sleeping, right? She's sleeping. What am I going to be doing? Nothing. Absolutely sweet fuck all, right? So when she's in bed at like 7:38, I'm already down in the studio prepping for the show. And we kind of just go from there. I made a new t-shirt logo tonight. You want to see it? You gotta sneak over here. You gotta just come this way. She's in her robe, so she doesn't want to show you her hot body right now. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. That's a t-shirt now on our website. Yeah, blame birthday girl Julie Rios. And I believe Blue Cruise for that. Yeah, it's their faults. Yeah, there it is on the store right there. Interdimensional Chicken Task Force. Might have to get that for my dad. In a golf shirt. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Anyways. Let's see here. Weemog. Merry Christmas to you. Welcome to the chat room. Philip Blair. Yep, Williams Lake Walmart. Thanks for tracking me down, buddy. Appreciate you. So we came into one snafu tonight. No, I'm telling them about. Closet door was open, and the young dude came in and looked in the closet because closet door was open. Good job, Dad. And he may have seen his Santa gift. So I know what we change it to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we need to change it to. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's going to be cool. I actually want a couple of pairs of these sweatpants. We got them. They look really comfortable. I would totally wear this. My ass would look massive in them. It like I would totally look like mass ass. Yeah. And so yeah. You want to have one with me? Oh yeah, your heartburn. Your gout will flare. Miss SOR got the G. I got the middle finger right now. Hey, I'm wrapping gifts right now. Okay. Yeah. He's excited, eh? I'm excited. You should be. You should be. I'm just cutting away. That's what I do. Wrap. Ross Lambda, Merry Christmas to you. Did I do it again? I better not have. I better not have done this again. Oh, maybe. No, we're safe. We're safe. I think we're safe. Yeah, we're safe. There. How many people are in here right now? I know there's like 100 or there's 79 watching on YouTube, 57 on X right now. Oh, this was a patch job. God, I hate it when the paper doesn't line up. That just drives me absolutely bonkers. I have to fold that over like that. That's going to piss me off. Philip Blair's in England. I don't know why I keep saying that, but I keep thinking you're in England instead of Washington State. Weemog's in Scotland. How you doing, fellow Commonwealther? Jay, where are you? Jay True Seeker, where are you in the Lower Mainland? I forget. Are you in Coquitlam or Burnaby? You seem like you might be a Cloverdale guy. Are you a Cloverdale guy? How does that size 0 hat fit? Size 0, man. I'm almost busted at the seams there, Fapster. Got a large melon. Bigfoot Fadez or Fade. Are you Fadez? Fades? What are you? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, how much did I leave on this one? Well, I got a little bit there. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? That might fit that. Hold on. Let's see. Oops. Oh, that might fit. That may fit. Holy shit if it does. Holy shit if it does. That'll be pretty freaking awesome. That's gonna fit. That is gonna fit. But just in case, we'll trim this off. About there. Just to make sure, just in case we need some patchwork. Pap, the only thing that's a 9 with you is your IQ. But you're the Timu version of grape nuts. So it looks like the megalodon tooth is going to be the Santa gift. I've never watched a Star Trek episode. Hated the show. Don't hate me for it, but just never got into it. Never got into it. Never watched an X-Files show either. I'll tell you the reason why. That was political. Because David Duchovny, when it was being filmed in Vancouver, it was really the show that and 21 Jump Street that really made Vancouver Hollywood North. And David Duchovny whined his way and said he would stop doing the show unless it was filmed somewhere else, because he even complained about the rain in Vancouver, but he would film it in Seattle, which has the same amount of rain as Vancouver. Made no sense. All right. All right.
There you go.
You want to take some of these up? I got to get more. I'm almost done here. And I need to find more tape. I grabbed those off the counter. There was 2 on the table. Is there? Because I took an empty one, apparently. Yeah, I'm an idiot like that. You want that one too? Oh yeah, you got the paperweight there. Thank you. So Mrs. SOR is that snow?
No.
Oh, cool. Has mixed me up a little concoction here of cream soda and Fireball. Yeah. True story, Sylvain. If you ever want to try something really good, Fireball and cream soda. Believe it or not, it works. It also works really well with root beer. Something in that piece? No, that's way too small. Way too small. skizzers go. Rainwater, Merry Christmas to you. What am I missing in the chat room here? Never had a Beatles record either. Yeah. During that time when British Columbia actually had money, and they were making a killing off of Hollywood North province, that is. He cost that production a ton of money because the tax incentives in California for filming had shot right up, and Vancouver was totally, or British Columbia was totally giving major tax breaks for all sorts of movie and television production to be filmed in Vancouver. And it was cheaper to film a movie in Vancouver than it was LA. But the company didn't care, and he forced them to move. So the show's budget had to go way, way up just to suit his ego. So because of that, I never watched X-Files. That's like a full roll right there. That's like a bingo right there. Holy cow. We got a bingo. Oh, come on. I'm wrapping something, Fap, that you haven't had in years. New socks. Anybody wants to get Fap some socks and underwear? Oh, what's happening here? Oh, here we go. We're at 1 o'clock. What's happening here? Hey, what are you doing over there? Get up there. That one hasn't updated yet. Should be updating momentarily. Put a refresh on it. There he is. Good weather. Shanna's got good weather, everybody. Freaking exciting. It is exciting. Other 420, how you doing? Cheers, everybody. Merry Christmas to you all. Guess I should cut up the show. I mean, since I'm here. Do UFOs deliver to Area 51? Probably not. Maybe. That's probably ignorant thinking on my part. I would say, yeah, probably. Oh, I cut that too short. Son of a wife. Undo. 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 Oh, here. Ah, you jerk. Oh, there. Copy. Paste. Cut there. Swire 2. Thanks, Fapster. We're down to 73. That's pretty cool. I think we'll stick with that one for right now. What was the other one I had? Hold on, where was it? Right there. Number 4. Sorry, I'm just editing the show right now. One second here. All right, open. This, like that, like that. Upload. Close. That part of the job is done. All right. Gee, we're losing people quick. We're down to 68. What was that question there, Paramire? There are supposedly at least 2 dumbs in each U.S. state. Do you hear about how many and or where in Canada? Who tracks that story down up there? I have heard that there is one at CFB Comox on Vancouver Island. And I've heard that the tunnels go under, and I don't see this being possible because the cove is so deep there. But apparently the tunnel goes underneath the base and goes across to the mainland. I don't know how true that is. Apparently there is some in Vancouver, but those are really old. And I've heard of them at the military bases in Alberta, like Cold Lake. And there's one in apparently Creston, the Kootenays of British Columbia, so the southeastern tip of British Columbia that almost connects to Alberta. And apparently those are tunnels that actually run and are connected. It's like a NORAD base where the tunnels run into the US. I think that would be in Idaho. So what I'm thinking of doing, for those who are members, YouTube members, I'm thinking about doing a members only show on Wednesday, or pardon me, on Sunday nights. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm still trying to figure out what we should do there. I'm pretty positive that's something that I want to do. So on Sunday nights, get that done. I skipped a Maloo. I hear you, man. Yeah, Dave mentioned the Comox one. So if you as members have any thought or idea what you might want to see in a special show, let me know. I wish I could play music. I really do wish I could play music. That's the crappy part of YouTube. Yeah, I'll have to get a hold of Merle about that. Merle's had a lot on his mind with the health of his dad and everything. So that's part of the issue. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go reload on some Christmas presents here to wrap up. Hold on. All right. Let me just get rid of this first. And share that. So I can close that off. Share. And close that out. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to go get some more presents to wrap up. Bigfoot Fades. Yeah, you did a great job with the music and the AI. I actually wanted to ask you, what AI program did you use to make those videos? I don't do Discord, Lil Cam. Hate Discord. Be right back, guys. Bear with me. Don't go anywhere. No going anywhere. You're not allowed. I got to be up. You got to be up. Let's just bring these up. We don't need these here. again. I had to reload with everything. All right. Wasn't sure. Oh, I guess I did have enough paper. Definitely got enough tape now. Hi, everybody. Did I miss anybody or anybody else come in? Let me just check here. Yeah, Paramarv, I agree with you on Discord. Discord sucks. Agreed, Tankella, about Discord. That's let's go here. Yeah. Okay, settle down. You can go on the floor. That's okay. You can go on the floor. Nope, that ain't gonna work that way. Gotta go this way. Lengthwise is not gonna, or widthwise is not gonna work. Gotta go lengthwise. Gotta go lengthwise on this one, people. Is Bigfoot Fade still here? I missed the post that you put in about where you made that AI video for Rob. Like I know where to get the songs. That's easy, but the video portion, what AI site did you use? Oh, Suno. Okay, cool. I gotta make. Oh, is it Grok? I have to make some SOR commercials for our breaks. And So I need to figure that out. I haven't quite grasped Grok yet. Grok, did you make it on your phone or did you do the desktop version of Grok? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, normally for editing I use CapCut. I find CapCut to be really, really easy on my brain. You know? Oh, very cool. That's awesome, little Cam. I didn't know you did all that. Here, I thought you were just working out all the time, setting new milestones and records. I know Lee Strauss makes a lot of his stuff on Grok. Grok, pardon me. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Seriously. I don't pay $200 a month for Chat GPT. I think I only pay like $20 a month. I do most of my stuff on Chat GPT. Like all my t-shirt logos I do on Chat GPT. And little Cam, you haven't joined my team? Why? That's good. Right. Okay. Got you. Sorry about that. I had to take care of that for a second. Good, right there. Oh, stop. That one gonna work for this one? I don't think so. Nope, that one ain't gonna work for this one. All right, next. These will work. What the hell is happening here? I must have hit something. No. I'm hauling ass on the rapid tonight. Haul and ass, man. That's good stuff. Remember the days when they put that stupid tape on the wrapping paper? And like you try to peel that tape off and it would just absolutely rip everything, shred your paper. Remember those days? Yeah, that sucked those days. Well, this is like a double. Very cool. Question is, what side do you go with? You go with this side, or do you go with this side? I'm leaning towards the red side. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Red side or green side? Red? That's what I thought. Oh, stop, paper. Stop. Just stop right there. All right, just stop. And tuck it in a little bit. Tuck it in there. And there. Seriously. What's wrong with it? This one shirt does not want to wrap. This shirt does not want to wrap at all. Being an asshole right now. Gotcha, you bastard. Take that tape. Hey. Merry Christmas, sweet Bobby Younce. How are you? No show tomorrow. No show Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. And likely no show Friday night as well. Believe it or not, Dave likes to have a life too. Rare, but I do. Boy, that paper cut's nice. You're running out of tape on this one. I'll do my best, Ross. Look at you guys, all in hockey talk right now. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've trained you well. Hello? She's in bed. Yeah. Yeah, she's in bed. Might be walking towards you now. My boy is still up. Like, where's mom? This will be my last present that I'm wrapping tonight. And I'm going to force myself to go to sleep because I got a busy day tomorrow. We've done well tonight. I really appreciate all of you sticking around and hanging on out. I do. Feels pretty special, to be blunt. Except for FAP. Grape nuts there, or pardon me, Timu grape nuts is I'm teasing. Teasing. It's too late for my brain to be braining like that right now. I got snow. Oregon doesn't usually get snow, at least on the west coast of the state. I'm not sure about the east coast. The east coast probably does because it's more mountainous. Yeah, because Cascades would roll on down. Yeah, the ice storms suck. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it the night. I appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you for making tonight very special. Thank you for everything that you guys do to help make this show grow. I really do appreciate it. Love you guys. You have a Merry Christmas. I will maybe talk to you on Boxing Day. I will try and get some archives in there for the next couple days at least. So that way you guys have something to watch. Go watch NORAD Santa, everybody. It's so worth it. So worth it. Go have some fun. Enjoy the magic of the season. Love you all. Thank you tonight. And you guys have a great one, okay? Take care. We'll talk soon.